Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here where we are on track. It is KA Senior and Masters running out here on track. Our four drivers looking to get along with their 7 minutes plus 2 laps of action. Here's myself, Brad Dalton, joined in the booth here with Tyler. Tyler, my friend, it's Mason Ward, Abram Dean, Dane Van Dyke, and Andrew Cockerham, our four drivers coming up here to the start line as they get ready to go. And, well, buckle in. 7 minutes plus 2 laps of action. We are going for our heats now. And a bit of battling there for second place. It was a great jump off for Mason Ward, but second place, of course, shuffling up just a little bit there as we head to the bus stop. A bit of wiggling there. These KA drivers have so much pace as they go through. Second place shuffling in and heading along, and well, everyone makes it through turns 11 and 12 cleanly the first time at least. Let's send them on their way here for the next 7 minutes.
We see our leaders starting to pull away just a little bit. I think if our other three drivers in the back there, they might be able to work together. They can bring back Mason Ward and have a good battle here for our heat race.
And Abram Dean up into second here with Dane Van Dyke in third, Andrew Cockerham in fourth still. And as you said, Mason Ward already trying to breathe a little bit here. I think it'll be interesting to watch Abram Dean and Van Dyke work together here, see if they can catch up to Mason Ward. Mason Ward was very quick in qualifying, and it's just a matter of can that momentum carry along here into the rest of the go. Right now, coming across the line here, Mason Ward, very, very strong so far in the showing. Definitely looking like through 14, 15, and 16 has quite a bit of a run. And, well, for those of you watching, if you're wondering, well, you're calling 1, 2, 3, 4, but then all of a sudden jump into 13, 14, 15, 16. Here's the thing. So this is the bus stop. Here's Daytona that they go through now. Normally on our track layout, the hairpin after Daytona, we call turn 11 on a normal layout. Now, of course, this is not our traditional layout here of Whiteland. We're running a slightly different layout here that adds more technicality to the back half of the track and takes away some of our corners on the early run of the track. But we're going to keep up with the conventions of how this track runs. So turn 11 will be the hairpin after Daytona. Count it through to 16. Start finish line, and then turn 1. Look over there, Abram Dean looking back at the motor. Tyler, that might not be a good sign.
And you know what I see? I think I see the rear bumper is hanging loose, which may affect how the handling of the kart is, as the rear bumper usually is a structured stress member of the chassis. He may be noticing that the kart starts to feel a little free, and yes, that is true. I see the rear bumper starting to fall apart, and he lets Dane Van Dyke through. That is a huge kicker for his race.
That is a big problem, and honestly, I would not be surprised if that won't be a meatball flag, a mechanical flag, and will force Abram Dean into the pits since that bumper is half loose. I would not be surprised if that doesn't bring Abram Dean into the pits and in the race, because that, as you said, that is a very significant component of the kart, so you cannot just have that dangling halfway off the kart. We'll see how the calls go and how things head along as we go into the back half of this race. Dane Van Dyke trying to muscle the kart along here to catch up to Mason Ward, and does seem to be trying to find a little bit of time here, moving through. Abram Dean, though, again, still looking back at that bumper. Nothing's been called yet. I'm curious to see what will be the plan here, because Andrew Cockerham is getting back to the back of that 24.
I think they might have waved the meatball flag, because I see Abram Dean did slam on his steering wheel. He seems frustrated. He knows there is an issue. This is the last thing that he wanted, so we'll watch for the next lapper to see if he brings it into the pits, and will end his heat race.
And I'm going to be honest with you, this is the first time I think we've ever seen a moment like this happen here at IKC. And you see the hand up, the point by given here from Abram Dean, and we'll see Does he make the right-hander in? That he does. He has been called in. Abram Dean, unfortunately, will DNF out of the KA Senior Master Heat, and that is unfortunate for him. That 24 had such strong pace early. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to assume what could have been a loose bolt to the rear bumper has unfortunately unraveled the day here. Mason Ward up in the front, the 999, showing some very strong pace there in the top cart and making some moves right now. Gap 3.7 seconds. Mason Ward, I tell you what, I don't know what the momentum is in that 999, but very clearly has found some sort of pace.
Yes, Brad, and we do hope that Abram Dean can get that fixed. Hopefully it's just a small issue and it was nothing serious. We hope there's no chassis damage that will affect the rest of his day. But this gap is, for Mason Ward, is unlike anything I've ever seen in a KA class. Obviously, we don't have very many karts here today for this class, but that seems to be almost over a 2-second gap. So if this momentum can persist through the night, it could be an easy win for Mason Ward, unless Dane Van Dyke or Abram Dean have anything for him in the final.
Well, of course, remember, this is one of those things that you have to have pace. You have to be able to keep that pace up. It's 7 minutes plus 2 laps in the heat, but in the final, it's 12 minutes plus 2 laps. So we add an extra 5 minutes of racing. I couldn't do the quick math of 12 minus 7, but we add an extra 5 minutes of racing in, and you've got to be able to stay consistent. What is the number one enemy of a driver? Well, it's not being consistent, and it's getting complacent, and it's that corner right there is going to be, I think, the number one enemy of any driver that's very quick through the weekend. You have one small moment there. Again, I think that is going to build up to a weekend done, but for right now, for KA Senior, they work their way along and continue through here. We do get a bonus lap here as Mason Ward crossed the line with about 20 seconds to go. So it's going to be this lap plus 2 more. So call it 3 to go. And Tyler, for Mason Ward here, Dane Van Dyke is behind. Dane Van Dyke is running pretty consistent lap times. Isn't that far off of Mason Ward. You got to wonder if between the pre-final and the final here, or the heat and the final, can we find more time in Dane Van Dyke's car?
At this point in the race, I think for Dane, it is vital not to push so hard and make a mistake and lose this P2, but to find the areas to improve on track right now, to try to build that gap in between himself and Mason Ward. Because as it is right now, Mason Ward has this huge advantage, and there has to be something that Dane can do to bring it down so this doesn't happen again in the final race.
Absolutely. The top cart of Mason Ward there in the front. Dane Van Dyke running a Tony kart there in second place along. And then, of course, Andrew Cockerham, who has been improving, been finding some pretty good lap times here later in the go, is further back, of course, had to navigate past Abram Dean with that dragging rear bumper, who gave a very clean point by. But, of course, when you have a driver that is losing time, you got to be careful with that. Last lap out now for the 999 of Mason Ward, going into turn 1 beautifully here, able to navigate through, and every foot, every tire has been placed right so far in this heat and in the qualifying. And for Mason Ward, this is going to be big here for the KA Senior Championship. You have to say right now on KA Senior, Dane Van Dyke is your top run here. And for Mason Ward, who's running third in the points, won round 2, wasn't here for the last 3 rounds, this is a good way to kick off things on a Saturday night. Coming through the final corners now, coming around to the line, and for Mason Ward, sees the checkered flag, is going to be the winner of KA Senior Heat. Second place coming through will be Dane Van Dyke. Andrew Cockerham will bring it across the line in third, and again, unfortunate for Abram Dean with that mechanical failure of the rear bumper. We'll see if we can't find out, was that just a loose bolt? Was there some sort of contact that caused that? Where did that come from? But hopefully for Abram Dean, it'll be a good fight back throughout the 12 minutes of the finals. That's one heat down. Up next, Micro and Minis will get ready to roll. let's release the micros and minis to get ready to roll here as they get out on track and go out on their formation lap. And let's talk about the starting lineup here for micros and minis as they head along. Well, it is going to be in this order. It is going to be Zen Veach leading Kaysen Hendrickson with Miles Hale and Diesel Maxwell. Your 4 minis here that are going to be ready to go. And I got to tell you right now, just watching them, the race start is going to be so important. How you get along into turn 1, Tyler, I think is going to dictate things in this mini Swift category.
Yeah, Brad, as we see, or as we saw last race with Mason Ward, it is vital to get that little bit of a jump into turn 1 and to compound that through the rest of the race to try to build a gap from the rest of the grid. So that is going to be something to watch from all of these drivers, but especially from Zen Veach here, who's starting from that pole position.
And as they form up here, coming through the final corners into the go, they'll get there at the formation cone. And now we are waiting on the green flag, and we're racing here. Big run into turn 1 there, and the inside line gets going. Big shuffles all the way around. Diesel Maxwell with the charge up into second place there. Was not expecting that at all from 4th to 2nd in the matter of 1 corner. As Hendrickson and Miles battled it out there, Diesel Maxwell now having to defend 2nd place here in the AMAX Racing kart there. Makes a great move along, and well, I'll tell you what, if you ever want to talk about turn 1, that's a quick way to go from 4th to 2nd in the matter of nothing. And Diesel Maxwell does that now on the challenge against Zen Veach here. The top kart now leading out of the final corners. Lap 1 done.
And Diesel Maxwell is staying really close with Zen Veach. I'm almost thinking that by the end of this next lap, he might be even looking for a move as he tries to pull away from Miles Hale and Kaysen Hendrickson.
Looking here early on, 1 minute of racing down. Lap times here about 43 seconds for your mini category. So plenty of time to be found for these drivers. And, well, it's going to be all the time that they need there. Zen Veach absolutely sliding along through out of 12. And, I mean, almost dipping a wheel into the dirt. I think Zen Veach is who we saw spin there in the qualifying as well. So Zen Veach definitely pushing the limits. Fastest kart on track, though, it's Kaysen Hendrickson right there, the red and green in 3rd place, right on the back of Diesel Maxwell.
Oh, and we see a move from Kaysen Hendrickson up the inside of Diesel Maxwell. Now they're pretty close here going onto the back straight. He's going to see if he can try to do anything to try to bring back Zen Veach as he's pulled away a little bit here. Coming through Daytona, Diesel Maxwell maybe looking for a move, and they keep it single file.
Keeping it single file here for now, at least. I wouldn't be surprised here. Diesel Maxwell is a very smart driver and will definitely be looking to build things along, lock things in, and then go for another move later. So I wouldn't say that it's done at all right now here for Diesel Maxwell and Kaysen Hendrickson. This battle will find itself back up, but Kaysen Hendrickson still the fastest kart on track right now. I don't know what that number 2 is found between the pre-final, or between the qualifying and the heat here, but Kaysen Hendrickson closing the gap right now to Zen Veach as they go along, which is very impressive to see, I will say. Coming along here into the 1st sector through turns 2, 3, and 4. Zen Veach leads Kaysen Hendrickson with Diesel Maxwell and Miles Hale. And just looking through at some of the history here for Zen Veach, a driver who's ran at Newcastle quite a bit this year in KRA, and then of course ran in Apex, finished 6th place in Apex Midwest Round 2 in minis, and then has of course ran several times here, ran the Sunset Sprints as well, which Sunset Sprints are a lot of fun here at Whiteland. So if you haven't ran those, definitely you should be interested in those runs. And tell you what, if you haven't visited the Paddock Lounge, I was asking earlier about the Paddock Lounge because right now, I'm not gonna lie, a tenderloin sandwich sounds absolutely delicious. So be sure to go check out Tammy over in the Paddock Lounge if you are here on facilities and you are looking for some good food, because that sounds good. Zenveach running pretty well here. Kaysen Hendrickson, a driver to watch as well, who has had a great go so far, has also ran KRA at Newcastle, has ran through multiple series here at Whiteland, has ran CK&A in the sportsman category, and picked up some wins last year here at the K1 circuit in the 206 category. So keep an eye here on Hendrickson, driver who definitely knows how to get it done in the front.
And we see Kaysen Hendrickson is actually catching up to Zenveach. That last lap time, Kaysen Hendrickson ran a 45.3 and Veach had a 45.6. So there was a 0.3 difference there that last lap. Maybe Kaysen's finding his groove a little bit at the later stages of this heat race to try to make an impact on Zenveach's lead.
Just watching the different lines that Hendrickson is taking against Zenveach definitely seems like the third sector of the track here from turn 11 on is definitely looking a little bit better in the favor of Kaysen than it is for Zenveach. So for Kaysen Hendrickson, it's just a matter of continuing that momentum and closing things down. And well, I'll tell you right now, that looks like a very closed down gap here all the way through. So Zenveach, I think, unfortunately, has ran the best of those tires, the best of those runs early on there in that top cart. And it's going to be a matter now for Kaysen. Well, my favorite saying, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. And I think we're about to see that play true. A lot of that sliding through turn 12 for Zenveach is not helping in this run through the third sector of the track. And for Kaysen, playing smooth and consistent here on the tires is making a big difference. Gap 1/10.5. Now we're nose to nose down into turn 1. Is there a pass? Not yet.
As the laps go on, it does appear to look like Kaysen Hendrickson is drastically improving as this race goes on, and Zenveach peaked very early, so maybe that was down to the air pressure or setup that they chose for the kart. But this is shaping out to be a pretty good end to this heat race. Will we see a move from Hendrickson on Veach here? And he goes up the inside. Can he make it stick on Veach? Coming to the last two corners here, now Kaysen Hendrickson will lead this lap, stealing the lead away from Zenveach.
Zenveach here now into second. Now here's the question, would you rather be the chaser or the chasee? I think right now for Kaysen Hendrickson, I'd rather be the one in the front because it seemed like there's been more momentum. But for Zenveach, now you get to lock into the rear here of Kaysen Hendrickson and say, okay, what have you been doing better than me? And let's see if I can't challenge it back here. Getting right on the rear bumper through the bus stop, heading towards Daytona we go. And now down into turn 11. Is there a look from Zen into 11? The answer is no. Down through 12, and big runs from both of them. They almost come off the ground.
And you have to think too, remember Zenveach had a spin in our qualifying session earlier before, so maybe they're a little bit more conservative going through that turn 12 and 13 complex. And now we see this gap has absolutely grown from Kaysen Hendrickson to Zenveach. He's starting to pull away a lot over this last lap. Maybe the tires are starting to fall off for Zenveach as the laps go by.
Definitely does appear that way, that it's just later in the run. Zenveach maybe just having a harder time carrying that momentum. We're 2 laps to go. It'll be white flag next time by. Kaysen Hendrickson holding up in the front right now. Oh, the Senzo from Zenveach into 12 every time takes my breath away, but it's amazing to watch. And I gotta say, I do like this layout of this track. Big shout out to everyone here in Whiteland. This layout of this track, that turn 12 just drop through, it's producing what looks to be just some great technical challenge for the drivers in the kart. It doesn't seem like they're able to just, you know, send things through. They're really having to think about that go. White flag is out. We're coming through. Half a lap left to go. Zenvich down by 0.6 of a second. It's going to be a hard push press here through the bus stop. Clean moves through turn 12 and now through the final run here. Gap a little bit closer, but not close enough for a last corner lunge. And for Kason Hendrickson, what a wild here. He getting up to the top and will pick up the win in Mini Swift Heat. Second place will be Zenvich. Coming through in third will be Diesel Maxwell with AMAX Racing. And then Miles Hale will pick things up in fourth place for the Mini Swifts. Staged up, ready to go here will be 206 seniors. We're going to take a quick step aside. When we come back, it'll be time for 206 senior heats. Karts rolling out here. 206 senior getting their roll onto track. And, well, let's talk about that starting lineup here for 206 senior for their go. William McLeod, the only kart that was not classified, didn't put in a time. So for our 18 karts, here's how they line up. Adam Maxwell, Jared Howerton, Braden Ebert to Levi Wilbur, Colton Kelly and Zachary Allen, Dakota Pesic to Raider Santos. And then 9th and 10th is Nico Santos to Mason Ward, Stockton Phillips to Connor Dunk, Brady Sappenfield to Josh Pacone, Reed Esslinger to Braden Mayfield, Andrew Goldman, and Mike Haymaker is how our 18 karts will line it up for 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Tyler, predictions before we get going. Any thoughts?
I'm going to be willing to say, watch Adam Maxwell. He was really fast in qualifying, just was able to eke out the most performance out of that kart. But also keep your eye on Braden Heber. These two drivers seem like when they stick together and they work together, they can bring maybe a big gap on the rest of the field. So I think those are the two to watch. I'm going to go Adam Maxwell for the win.
I think Jared Howerton will have a good run as well. So just several drivers to watch here, of course, all the way along. You have Zachary Allen with Nugent, who is in the mix as well. But as we get rolling here towards the run, the question is, who can capitalize on turn one. We're coming down into the tram lines, and we are green. We're racing here into turn one, and look at that inside line with a beautiful go. Everyone stays nice and tidy, but Braden Heber able to capitalize up into second as we shuffle around. We're 4 wide back in the background out of turn two, heading towards 3 into 4. Everybody playing it hard and competitive, and one car spins around a 180 off on turn 4. That is the number 7 of Braden Mayfield, who is off, unfortunately, there, and will head through, but now into 11, into 12. Now buckle it up here as everyone sends it.
I remember what I said, Brad, before the race started. Adam Maxwell and Braden Heber. Watch these two. I think they might stick together and try to push clear of everybody else in this field.
Definitely seems that is going to be the case here. Maxwell and Heber, your top 2 right now. Howerton, Colton Kelly, Levi Wilbur round out your top 5 with Dakota Pesic in P number 6 here. Look at Heber taking a slight peek there on Adam Maxwell, not able to get past, but just looking through. Howerton closing in very well in the first sector of the track. Now we head through the bus stop through Daytona. Watch that number 78 here. Look for a lunge into 11. The answer is going to be no for now, but through 12, everyone needs to try to keep it together. They do that so far, and it's pretty as you please up for the top 4, trying to play nice. That third sector, they're pulling a bit of a gap as we have a big off here going through into the middle. That is the number 26 who has dropped off the run. That's Stockton Phillips there in the top car, who unfortunately has had an off.
I am just amazed with how these karts fly through that 11 and 12 complex. As we see Jared Howerton maybe looking for a move on Braden Heber around the outside. It will not stick down the back straight as they remain single file into the bus stop.
Keeping single file here into the bus stop is going to be on a fun time along here as we see again, just everyone makes me nervous through turn 12. That's going to be my talking point of the night, is turn 12 the entire time, because it just doesn't stop here for the drivers. Heading down the front stretch they go, and let's see here how it locks in. Colton Kelly, your fastest kart on track. That 4th kart in line is your fastest kart. That is going to produce some great challenges along in this top 4. But again, I said it earlier, it's not about being the fastest, but sometimes being the fastest helps make great moves to the inside of 3 and 4. Get the move up ahead there. That is Jared Howerton, who was able to get up there. Braden Heber now sitting in 3rd. And Adam Maxwell, I'll tell you what, I haven't even seen Adam Maxwell look over the shoulder this entire time.
And I want to point out how well executed that move was from Jared Howerton, but how well responded that was from Braden Heber. He didn't lose any time in that pass. He snuck right back in line, and they were able to keep going single file. Heber didn't even lose even a kart length off that front, but we see Jared Howerton going for a move on Adam Maxwell into turn 1. And he's starting to pull away just a little bit. Maybe Maxwell made a mistake, and Heber is starting to get close, almost to the edge of the track. And now they're going to remain single file, going down the back straightaway.
I think Jared Howerton has just been able to dial in some pace here, honestly. Jared Howerton was 0.4 faster than Adam Maxwell last lap, and I think that's just Howerton managing to find some pace here in the middle run of this kart. But 3.5 minutes left, plus 2 laps, still plenty of time for things to shuffle along here, and that number 78 has to try to stay smooth, as that is unfortunately Braden Mayfield, I believe, who we just saw diving into the pits. That was one of the Burrell Arts going through, and it will be Braden Mayfield, unfortunately, out of this race. Spun early through turn 4 on lap 1, and unfortunately will be starting at the back in the final, and we'll need to try to work forward here. Up front, though, it's literally a case of just who can play the gimmick against who, as these top 4, they haven't really made any overly aggressive moves, but 5th and 6th there of Dakota Pesic and Levi Wilbur are not that far off of the top 4.
I think this 206 senior class is one of those classes that really shows how hard it is to lead. As we saw when Adam Maxwell was leading this race, he just didn't have the pace that Jared Howerton did, and I think it's kind of follow the leader until the leader doesn't have pace anymore. That's just how this 206 package really shows off its ability to make a good racing platform, you can't really pull away. The pack always remains right behind you until you make a mistake and they follow through, and it's just back and forth the whole race.
Coming through Daytona again here, Howerton leading Maxwell, leading Heber, leading Colton Kelly, and Colton Kelly, woohoo, jumping there into turn 12. Colton Kelly's been willing to go for some big sins through there, and it is paying dividends here. We are seeing times close, but of course through the first sector of the track, we're seeing things sort of accordion. It's going to expand, it's going to compress, it's going to expand, it's going to compress, and of course when it compresses, it's when you get some of the best sounds here, and you get some of the biggest action. Now we're nose to tail top 3. If you're Colton Kelly, I would almost say, you know what, I'm going to wait, and I'm going to see how these guys perform. And how they go through.
Single file with Jared Howerton leading the way, Adam Maxwell in second, Braden Heber's in third, and Colton is just right off the top 3 there in fourth.
Watch out here for the moment as the carts head through the first sector. We go, and again, Braden Heber just sticking right there. Adam Maxwell is smart. This is the one thing I do want to point out. All of these drivers are very smart. They know that there's no sense in going for an unnecessary, crazy pass early, so they are going to wait until a little bit later in this race to go for a final pass. But I wouldn't be surprised a bit if we don't see that happen sooner rather than later. I wouldn't say 1 to go, but 2 to go. I would definitely think that we're going to see these drivers go for some big passes.
And that was a big move from Adam Maxwell up the inside in the second to last corner, and I believe that's the white flag, so this may be the last lap of the race. Maxwell leads Howerton as he defends from Braden Heber, who's in third, Colton Kelly in fourth. They're single file now.
Going out of turn number 4. This is heading into the bus stop here. Maxwell is in a beautiful position to go for a pass, but just has to make it stick. That's going to be the bigger challenge here. And you see Adam Maxwell through with the pass out of Daytona. Now needs to try to hold on to it against Jared Howerton. Needs to try to hold through against Braden Heber. Colton Kelly there in fourth with Nugent is not in a bad position either. Coming out of the final corner, run through, white flag, 1 lap to go. Let's see how this one dials out here for them as they went through. And right now Maxwell up in the front, and this is where things are going to get very messy into the final lap.
See Adam Maxwell starting to defend, and Braden Heber goes up the inside of Jared Howerton. Going on the back straight, they made a little bit of contact. Howerton ran up into the grass a little bit, and Colton Kelly makes the move around Jared Howerton. Now we're coming into turn 11 here. We'll see if there's any moves that can be made before the finish line.
Final chance to get anything done into the third sector. A look over the shoulder from Adam Maxwell. Was leading early, got past, stayed patient. Heber up to second, has been patient. And coming across the line, checkered flag out, it's Maxwell, Heber, Kelly, and Howerton with Dakota Pesic and Levi Wilbur. Your top 6 here. Zachary Allen, Raider Santos 7th and 8th across the line. Mason Ward will find 9th place through. 10th place will be Josh Pigione with Brady Sappenfield, P11, Reed Esslinger 12th. And it's Dunk, Santos, Phillips, Goldman, Haymaker, and unfortunately our only retirement was the Burrell Art of Braden Mayfield, retiring out after lap 1 contact. 206 Senior really showing the run here, showing some great competition, and now we take a step aside. Kid Karts up next here. They will run their heats through, and well, let's see in Kid Karts how that challenge goes along. And your starting lineup for Kid Karts is as follows. So Kid Karts first up, it'll be Kit Dixon on pole with Millie Clements in second, Amelia Demon in third, and then Celine McKinster in fourth, James Mitchell, Michael Haymaker, and James Hale here. Your 7 Kid Karts will make their runs through here shortly, but we're going to take a step aside here in the booth. When we come back after Kid Karts, it's 206 Junior up next. Enjoy the Kid Karts, though. Enjoy the action. We'll be right back.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to Indy Kart and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom. And bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
From the garage.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here on Kart Chaser for your grassroots coverage here of the Indy Karting Challenge round number 6 live here as we get going. Kid Karts will be shuffling to the end of the order. There was a moment there going through on lap 1 for the karts, and to give our young drivers some time to reassess, break down, discuss what happened, and get ready for running, we are shuffling them to the tail end of the heat and the final sessions is what they will run here on the night. So Kid Karts will be out again after KA Juniors. Give them an extra little heat session, and again, gives them some time to break down with their family members, their coaches, exactly what happened there. Several karts got involved in an early moment on. You might have seen it there on the screen, but happy to report that all of our youngest drivers are okay. They're all up and going and good to go through. So as we get rolling here, we have our 206 juniors rolling out, and let's talk about our 206 juniors here as they go. This is how your starting lineup is going to roll in 206 junior. It is Parker, let's not call that wrong. Here we go. It's Andrew Avalos and Parker Dunn in the front with Eli Marsh and Tyler Nash Turner third and fourth. Jiju Sivakumar, Nolan Wade, Maxon Klebe, Simon Eugen, Maximus Seward, Campbell Feldhake, Aiden McKinster, and Zen Veach will be your karts running through. Not classified in this session was Zen Veach. We'll see if Zen Veach makes it out on track as we get ready to go. Head down towards the tram lines for your next run. And it's green flag. We're racing here for KA Junior. Down into turn 1. A little bit of argy-bargy in the mid-pack. 2 wide, 3 wide along here in juniors. And we're diving to the inside yet again here in juniors as everyone looks over the shoulder, tries to get an idea, but up in the front, Avalos says, adios. I'll see you later.
And we see it stacked up going into the bus stop now with Jiju Sivakumar getting pushed back a little bit, and Avalos is starting to pull away just a little bit from Parker Dunn as we go through turn 11 and 12.
Coming through 12, everyone able to make their way through, trying to hold side by side though there in the mid-pack. I think that was around that Sivakumar area where we saw some curb hopping along, still holding side by side outside of the top 5 as we see several of the new gen Haas karts running through. Things shuffle up big time here. Avalos to the front, Nash Turner up to second, Marsh, Sivakumar, and Maxon Klebe your top 5 as they go. Avalos currently showing a strong gap here of about 0.7 of a second right now over Nash Turner, but Tyler Nash Turner is a quick driver. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that top card of Tyler Nash Turner close this gap in a bit here, heading along and Daytona out of the bus stop again. Just watch this accordion effect continue. The front stretch here, Avalos still picking up time, 0.8 the gap between Avalos and Tyler Nash Turner. Eli Marsh and Sivakumar there in third and fourth. They appear to be starting to really duel it out, and at some point here, Tyler, they have to make the decision. Are they more concerned about battling for third, or they want to go for the front? Sivakumar wants to go down the inside there. Eli Marsh down to fourth, Sivakumar up to third, a tap of the helmet, and now wants to go after Tyler Nash Turner. Sivakumar has pace in that card. I'll be curious to see if that gap from third place to second can be closed. Oh, big wide run there for Tyler Nash Turner. And another big run wide there in the background as well. Multiple karts go off. Another kart goes off out of turn 13.
And that just goes to show how chaotic this 206 junior class can be. One driver went off, forced another driver off, came back into the racing line in the tightest part of the track. This is one of the tightest layouts we see from this series, and it's shaping up to be a pretty competitive area for little bits of racing that we see here and there, but it brings out a lot of mistakes from some of these drivers.
That did allow Sivakumar to build the momentum to get past Tyler Nash Turner. That was Maximus Seward, who was the other kart who dropped down the order there and fell back, unfortunately. That turn 12, I said it before and I'll say it again, that is the most challenging corner of the weekend. And I'm not saying I'm always right, I'm just saying sometimes we know what we're talking about here in the booth as we go through. Simon Eugen is up into 4th. Eli Marsh holds 5th as we cross the line here. Andrew Avalos has absolutely checked out. 1.8 seconds, the gap between 1st and 2nd.
And you know what I see as Avalos starts to pull away? The sun has come out once again. It's broken through this cloud cover that we've had almost all day. As we see Siva Kumar is maybe trying to work with Tyler Nash Turner a little bit to try to catch up to Avalos as we turn into turn 11 here.
7:23 local time here, and looking at the weather as it sits, it is a nice mid-70s day here. The sun is out. We are looking at about 5-mile-an-hour wind here going through, and it is pretty nice. I'm not going to lie right now. Looking at the radar, there is some weather to the south of us, but it is not here in the area. It is more further south, down around in the Bedford, Brownsville, Seymour area, more towards the Hoosier Forest than it is here for the Risk here in Whiteland. So a bit further south, really mostly heading towards the Louisville area here near Kentucky. That is really where we're seeing rain. For Indiana here, it's pretty nice so far, I have to say. And of course, well, we'll see how things play out. There's a big heat advisory, of course, in the plains that should be working its way east, I would imagine, throughout our next few days, but it doesn't affect us tonight. As we head along here, up in the front, Avalos 1.7 seconds. Jiju Sivakumar, fastest kart of anyone last time through here. I gotta say, that is something to note. A 1/10 of a second flip with 2 minutes to go, but a 1/10 of a second flip with 2 minutes to go.
And as we watch Avalos come through Daytona and into turn 11 before we get to this pivotal turn 12 complex here where we've seen a lot of drivers go off today, this area is really showing us that being consistent through this turn 11, 12, and 13 complex is going to be a make or break area all night for all of these drivers and all of the classes.
Buckle things up, ladies and gentlemen, is what I am going to say, because we are not going to be done until we're done. And I absolutely love it here as we see 60 seconds left to go. Avalos again holding the lead well. Siva Kumar kind of hitting into that no man's land area. Doesn't have challenge behind, doesn't have challenge ahead. It's all about keeping things consistent and fast here through the end. But 4th place back, look at that chaos coming through the bottom of the shot there. That's Eugen, Dunn, Marsh, Wade, Cleve, all with absolute elbows out battling. So that 4th place back, it's a Haas leading right now with Nugent there of Simon Eugen, who is looking to try to hold forward. So that 4th place battle back, I mean, if top 3 are going to run their own race, 4th place back, they've decided they want to be the show. Heading here through Daytona now as we have Simon, Parker, Eli. Again, all nose to tail here. Nobody dares go side by side through 12 this time. Even when they think about it, they don't do that. You've got a mix of Nugent, you've got a mix of AMAX Racing here in the mix, running along, of course, the 2 local Whiteland karting teams that love to show up and show out here in Whiteland, Indiana at the K1 circuit, and they always do such a great job. 2 laps to go. Big move to the inside there from Dunn, excuse me, on Eugen, and Marsh also looking for a move. Wade looking for a move here. We're not done with the battles here from 4th place back as your top 3 again. They're going through 4th place back. They are fighting for everything they can heading towards the final. Heading into the final corners here as we hit last lap this time by. 1 lap to go, and for Andrew Avalos, it's been such a great run here so far, had such a great qualifying, is trying to continue it along into the final, or into the pre-final, and then we'll see how the final goes. So right now, it is a case of just being very, very smooth and consistent, which, I mean, doing a great job so far here, I have to say, and needs to just keep that momentum along. Is going through 12 now. These laps go very, very quick, coming through the final corners, and is going to come across the line here with a great go. 4th place back battling, but for Avalos, it is a great win here on the day. It will be victory for Andrew Avalos with Jeetu Sivakumar in 2nd, Tyler Nash Turner in 3rd, and then 4th place back. How does that shape up? Drag race to the line. Parker Dunn over Simon with Nolan Wade, Maxim Clean, Eli Marsh, Maximus Stewart, Campbell Feldkamp, and Aiden McKinster will be your 11 206 juniors. And after what was a wild 206 junior heat, it's Masters Super Masters up next here in just a moment. And when they roll out, well, we'll see how the action plays. And rolling out on track now is going to be our 206 Master and Super Masters. They get ready to roll. And well, let's talk about your starting lineup. I could not English today here, and you know what? That happens. I'm not gonna lie. So as 206 Masters, Super Masters roll, let's talk about it and see how they go. This is gonna be your lineup. Troy Tony over Dakota Pesic with J. Brian Williams, Tyler Demand, Tonka Jahari, Joseph Stevens, William McLaughlin, Danny Cutshaw, Steve Crackle, Mike Balker, Jesse Bullock, Todd Albertson, Brian McKinster, and Wesley Bullock, your 14 carts here in Master Super Masters to get rolling. We already have one spin just on the outlap. Is that J. Brian Williams who spun? Believe it might have been here, and as we grid up, we'll see how this ends up for the drivers as we pace through nice and slow, waiting on everyone to get together here. And how is this going to play? You've got several Haas carts up in the front along with a top cart ready to roll. We're slow down into the tram lines, and we are green. green, and we're racing here for 206 Master, Supermaster. Big runs there to the inside. That is Dakota Pesic there in the top cart, running in second now, as you have Troy Toney there running through into first place, getting things shuffled along. Lots of shuffling up and down, but our Masters and Supermasters all get rolling here for their 7-minute heat.
As they come through turn 11 and 12 through this big cliff area, as I'll call it, we see Troy Toney starts to pull away just a little bit from Dakota Pesic.
You know what? Maybe that's what we need to call turn 12 is the cliff. Maybe we need to nickname that the cliff there. We'll see how that plays along. Troy Toney, Dakota Pesic, your top two right now, with Brian Williams in demand third and fourth. Fifth place is going to be Jesse Bullock, who doesn't look that far off the mix, I'm not going to lie, from catching up here. And we'll see if the accordion effect plays itself true. But Pesic and Toney, top two, staying nose to tail right now.
If I was Dakota Pesic right now, what I would do is I'd stick to the back of Troy Toney's cart, try to work together, and try to increase that lead between them and the rest of the field behind. And then on the last couple laps is when they can fight it out.
I think that would be a very, very smart way to do it, honestly, and it wouldn't surprise me a bit if that is what the drivers decide to do. So just keeping an eye on things as these drivers run through, and I think here as it sits, they are going to very much look to do that. But maybe we're wrong. Dakota Pesic, of course, a very, very strong driver, has gotten double wins in the history, multiple national titles, has won USPKS Route 66 Sprint Series, has been an e-karting news driver of the month, and of course has tested in Formula 4. So let's see if for Dakota Pesic, if there can be a bit more here to be found later into this race. Dakota Pesic has tons of karting history. If you want to look into that, has ran the WKA Manufacturers Cup in Daytona all the way back with Top Kart in 2017. Big off in turn 12 there. That is multiple karts involved. That's Brian McKinster that I saw there in the mix. The other kart involved, I believe, was Todd Albertson that got mixed in that one there. The 926 and the 32 there in turn 12 having a bit of a moment, but they are both up and going. Mike Bockert having a moment as well. And right now Pesic sticking to the back of Troy Toney there, the Haas kart.
And we did see that little collision there did have to happen in the cliff. That is the area today where all of our drama has been ensuing in the last couple sessions here. It is going to be a place to watch where races can be made, but races can completely unravel for some of these drivers.
That it can. So I am just waiting to see how it all plays out for these drivers as they go here a bit further in, because I'm very much interested to wait and see where Pesic decides to make a pass. I would almost say if you wanted to be real cheeky, you could fake a pass into turn 12, force a little bit of a moment, and see how that shapes up. But you can see even there, J. Brian Williams running a bit wide through turn 12. Not what I was expecting to see, but does so there.
And we see Dakota Pesic is still sticking to the back of Troy Toney. They are working together and pulling away from J. Brian Williams as the gap is now 2.1 seconds. As we see Tyler DeMond is back there in fourth, just a little bit back off of J. Brian Williams. Through Daytona, Pesic is still on the back of Toney. They go through the turn 12 cliff, and nothing too sketchy there. They're both pretty conservative on the way in, trying to keep it, and Pesic maybe looking for a move up the inside, but ducks back out to give back to the push.
Working along here further through the run. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And Dakota Pesic, your fastest kart of the weekend so far there in second place in the top kart. But of course, Troy Toney, a driver very familiar with what it takes to win here at this K1 circuit in the Masters category. So just keeping an eye on things here. Your points leader, Troy Toney, of course, sitting along here, has won every weekend that he's been here. Missed round 3, but Troy Toney has won every other round. So that is a big big slide through turn 12. I thought Pesic was going to try to capitalize, and maybe I spoke too soon. Pesic is trying to capitalize, but not able to set the pass through 14, 15, now into 16. Down the front stretch we go with 90 seconds of racing to go, and J. Brian Williams not able to close in, but still looking at this battle. And if anything between these two gets a little bit argy-bargy, a little bit cheeky, it can definitely play into the favor of J. Brian Williams.
If you're Dakota Pesic at this time and you just saw that major save that Troy Toney had, this is the time to push on him more. Put the pressure on. Try to give him the opportunity to make a mistake so you can follow through and make the pass. This is the time for him to make those moves and try to come up with the ultimate win here in this heat race.
I fully agree with that, but of course it is one thing to catch, it's another to pass. So I think in terms of everything, it is going to be just a run to get to the end here for them. And I think here, with all things considered, it's definitely going to put a challenge along here as we see just great battling between the two. Again, the fact that Pesic is just all over the back of Toney is just so telling for me in terms of the skill that is contained here in this top two. It's really showing me that these top two are able to keep a challenge on each other along, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Oh, and we see Pesic starting to go up the inside as he ducks back out with the last 2 corners to go.
Not able to capitalize on the pass, but certainly right there to show the nose and show, hey, I am here, I am in a mix that I can get up to you, and if I get past you, you're not going to get back here. And you see a bit of a hand signal. I usually can tell what karting hand signals mean. I don't know what that one meant.
I think he was pointing to the lap traffic ahead, so Pesic knows that they're catching up to him. Race smart, not get caught up in the lap traffic.
And that is the sort of forward thinking you have to have, but here we go down the inside with lap traffic coming up. How does it play? And it's a bit of a peek through, not the ideal place to catch traffic. That is going to produce a scary moment through as we're coming along. Last lap, white flag, 1 lap to go. And for Toney and Pesic, the gloves are very clearly off, but you got to get the pass through. You can't just get inside. You got to get ahead for Pesic.
And that was a sneaky little maneuver that Pesic, as he goes up the inside, before we come on to the back straightaway here, they are side by side, gonna go through the bus stop here. It's still side by side. Pesic has the inside through Daytona. They rub a little bit. He edges forward a little bit as they go through turn 11. As we go through the cliff, Dakota Pesic has made his move on the last lap of the race, with Troy Toney just following him now. Last 2 corners here.
Coming through the final 2 corners, gotta hold on to it here. Checkered flag out, and a black flag being waved there between Pesic and Toney. I'm wondering what the black flag's out for. J. Brian Williams in 3rd, Tyler Demon in 4th, Jesse Bullock will pull across 5th. And let's see here, heading along, how it plays out for the rest. Todd Albertson and Brian McKinster, 11th and 12th, they crossed through. They were lapped on the go here. So as it heads through, well, that's an interesting one, and I'll be curious to see what happens post-race for these drivers. 2. And here we go. Karts on track, our penultimate class here for the heat. 7 minutes plus 2 laps here for 206 cadets. Jackson McNeely will run out on pole with Miles Hale in second. Diesel Maxwell of AMAX Racing in third. Kyler Hendrickson in fourth. Luke Sutherland and Blake McKinster, your 6 karts that will be taking to the start of this race. Now, Tyler, I'm going to send this one over to you because I have a good question for you. Who's going to win?
I'm going to go with my heart, say McNeely, but I did just see there, coming out of the pits, we did see Hale spin out on the formation lap, which is not what you want to see at the start of a race. But back to what you said, I'm pretty sure Jackson McNeely is going to win this. He qualified about a second faster than the rest of the grid. And if he can maintain that performance and that level of pace, I think he's got it in the bag. But this is racing. Anything can happen, especially in the 206 cadet class. As we saw, one of the drivers spin out on the formation lap. So you have to be calm and careful with your driving and not get too wild and spin out.
I'm not going to place a bet because I don't want to be wrong, and I probably would be. That is my typical nature here as the karts roll down out of the formation cone, heading into the front stretch. And, well, look at this. We're already getting slow, bumpy, rumpy here as they head along. And, well, heading down into the tram lines. We're ready to go. We're racing. And here we go down into turn number 1. McNeely there with a good move. Hale on the outside is going to lose out to Diesel Maxwell. Try to defend it back into turn 2. Side by side, Hale and Maxwell. And it flips back through as Miles Hale finds second again. Diesel Maxwell down to third.
And we already see a major gap from first to second. This is exactly what I was kind of alluding to here. This gap, I'm going to be sure with this. I think this gap is going to stay at this, but you never know. This is racing. We've seen spins, we've seen crashes so far tonight, which is not what we want to see. But 206 cadet class can be very chaotic and unpredictable.
That it can. It's not over till it's over. I'm pretty sure that's a song somewhere, but you know what? I don't know who sings it, so I'm not going to guess. McNeely, Hale, and Maxwell, your top 3. Diesel Maxwell definitely looking strong here to the inside, trying to put that Lando Norris card up into second. Does so beautifully and gets him into second here for the go. Now it's trying to chase down McNeely as fast as you can across the next 5 minutes, 45 seconds through Daytona. Diesel Maxwell very well locked in. Points. I love the cadet class because you can see the helmets move much more pronounced than you can in some of our older classes. You can see when they turn the head, they look at the apex. They're pointing out where they're looking at. These young drivers really mastering the racecraft that they need and those fundamental skill sets. Look over the shoulder from McNeely in front, right, as I'm talking about fundamentals, and no fear behind, but still doing exactly what you need to do. Looking over the shoulder, trying to gauge out where that gap's at, and then just continuing to race this along.
I think if you're McNeely at this point, you have an almost 3-second gap to Diesel Maxwell and Miles Hale. I think what you would want to do is maintain this lead, not push too hard. Because one mistake could bring that 3-second gap down to nothing in a matter of seconds.
And I will tell you right now, when you are a driver who is so far in the lead and it is an unforced error that takes it out, it is absolutely heartbreaking. It is absolutely the worst feeling ever, and it's one of those that is so hard to come back from. So, with all that being said, you got to hope that that doesn't happen, but nothing is ever guaranteed. So buckle it in and just continue to watch how this runs along for the drivers. Is 4 minutes left to go. We're approaching half race distance. What's half of 7? 3.5. So yeah, we're approaching half race distance as we have one kart off here.
I do believe that might have been Blake McKinster They were slow on the front straight there the last lap, and now, yep, that is Blake McKinster. They pulled off, had an issue on the front straightaway.
That is heartbreaking for that number 80. Was looking very consistent and smooth there, running at the back of the pack. But the thing with 206 cadets, you know, we always talk about the battles up front, but I never want to lose way for the drivers near the back who are still really mastering their craft and still running through. Remember, this is our youngest category, and it's ages, it's very, very young drivers going through. It's our ages 7 to 12 here in the 206 who are still, again, they're learning the craft, they're learning the run, and some of these drivers, this is their first season in a kart, their first step up from kid kart, and some of them didn't run kid kart. Remember that. Some of these drivers may not have ran kid kart and are still learning. So it's unfortunate to see there in those moments, but you got to remember for the drivers, some of them are really learning the fundamentals, and every lap is important. Unfortunately for Blake McKinster, this heat run will be over, but we'll get to come back out tonight around 10:20 p.m. Eastern time. Remember, this is a night race here in Whiteland, so you're racing under the lights for the finals, and that is a great moment here for 206 cadets when they will be our next to last class to run tonight.
And we have just a little bit over 2 minutes left here in this 206 cadet heat race. Jackson McNeely keeps pulling away, keeps putting up fast lap times. His best lap time is a 48.397. The next is Diesel Maxwell with a 49.103. So if McNeely can maintain this lead, I'm pretty sure it could be an easy heat win for them.
Indeed, just keep an eye on it. And to the final 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and this is where the 206 cadets really tend to shine, is when they all get into their own rhythm here heading along here. Of course, you have the number 69 who is running very smooth and consistently here in the mix, and just trying to find that pace, find that lap time, continue to improve. That is the goal of the night here for Jackson McNeely, and less than 2/10 off of the top time. That is exactly where we hope to see Jackson McNeely running along here in this 206 cadet, is just continuing to push through.
One thing I want to point out too, Brad, is watch McNeely when they go through some of these corners, how McNeely's head kind of sticks out to the far side of the kart. This is something that you see from some of the older drivers in the junior and senior classes. They're leaning to the outside of the kart to get some of that momentum to transfer. To see it happening at this young of an age and this low of a class proves there is a major shift in driver fundamentals and driver program that we see nowadays.
For sure. And of course, Jackson McNeely with tons of experience running over at Newcastle, running in KRA, running Apex Midwest in the Briggs mini categories, running the Sunset Sprints here in Whiteland, has ran at the Route 66 series at Newcastle, has ran CKNA in Charlotte in Sportsman, finished 22nd out of 30 karts at Charlotte Motor Speedway back in March of this year for the CKNA Spring Nats. So a driver that has tons of experience, and that's just this year. Has experience all the way back to 2022 as we have another kart, unfortunately, out of this one down on the front stretch again. So another kart losing out as the popsicle sticks come out. We go down to 2 laps to go here for McNeely to continue to run through and improve. And, well, I think that is Luke Sutherland who is out, unfortunately. Another driver you want to talk about with tons of experience is, of course, our second place driver of Diesel Maxwell, who is very, very experienced as well. Has ran the Sunset Sprints here at K1, has ran Route 66 at Newcastle, has ran KRA as well, has ran back in multitudes of runs, ran Daytona Kart Week in both the Micro Swift and 206, and had solid finishes in both runs there through. Ran CKNA Grand Nats back in September of last year, finished 19th out of 45 karts. So when you're able to take on 45 karts and finish in the top 20, you're doing pretty well for yourself here. White flag, half a lap to go. And for Jackson McNeely, it isn't gonna stop. Can't stop, won't stop, I think is the name of the game right now.
And just a correction, Brad, that second kart that did pull off was indeed Kyler Hendrickson, actually, who pulled off on the front straight. That was our second DNF of this race.
And coming across the line here, it is checkered flag out. Jackson McNeely picks up the win here. Second place through will be Diesel Maxwell. Third, Miles Hale. Luke Sutherland fourth. And as you pointed out, Tyler, Kyler Hendrickson in fifth. Blake McKinster sixth. Unfortunately, those karts not finishing the race due to mechanical failures. That's all but one heat done. K.A. Jr. will be up next. And our final heat of the day rolling out here. This is the KA Juniors to send things off for the weekend of heat, at least. We still have finals, of course, to come up after the dinner break and after Kid Kart's run. So 12 minutes plus 2 laps of finals kicking off after the dinner break, slated to go on track around 8:50 Eastern time. That is, of course, subject to change, and we will keep you updated on that as we go. Kart's rolling along, and let's talk about this KA Junior starting lineup for the final run here of heats. It is going to be Jordan Lapine over Andrew Avalos, Gigi Sivakumar in third, Bentley McCann, and Nolan Wade, your 5 KA Juniors for 7 minutes plus 2 laps here. Tyler, any predictions, any thoughts about how this one might go?
I'm going to say watch Andrew Avalos. He has been quick all night in every class throughout warm-up, qualifying, and the heat race in the 206 junior category, so keep your eyes out on Andrew Avalos.
Completely agree with that one here as we get slowed down into the lines, and well, let's see how it plays out heading into the tram lines. Buckle it up, ladies and gentlemen, because we are green. We're racing here in KA Jr. and side by side for the turn 1 heading through, and it is going to be the Tony Kart of Andrew Avalos, who already makes the move up to the front as they battle through. It's the Haas second and third here for New Gen, as it is Jordan Lepine and Jiju Sivakumar running in third, Bentley McCann dropping into fourth, Nolan Wade fifth. So just as they started is how they round through, out into 11, down through the jump on 12, and these KAs managing to carry so much run, they get airborne.
Did I just see Siva Kumar all 4 wheels off the ground there?
You did indeed see Sivakumar all 4 wheels off the ground. So, yeah, KAs, they carry a lot of momentum, and, well, I don't know if that would feel good on my back, given my age, but, yeah, for Sivakumar, all 4 wheels off the ground, absolutely amazing.
These young drivers seem to be able to do some crazy maneuvers that some of the older drivers like me in the senior classes could never pull off.
Absolutely. Man, look at that. Avalos going all 4 wheels off on 12 heading through, and that is the scary corner for me, not 13 where Sivakumar went all 4 wheels off, but turn 12 is what's scary to me, because of the fact that that is just where we've seen those incidents happen, including in Kit Kart today. So if you were going to have a turn 12 moment, I don't know that I want to lead off with all 4 wheels off here. Avalos losing some momentum right now there, as Jordan Lepine will now be on the back here, looking to go wide, looking to swing a bit more momentum out into turn number 4, running through towards the bus stop, towards Daytona, and down towards the hairpin now. The AMAX driver there of Avalos in the lead, trying to defend very strong through Cliffhanger.
And now we see Jiju Sivakumar starting to make it just a little bit closer to those front 2 as they start to battle a little bit more. We saw Avalos starting to defend before the back straightaway. And maybe that was almost
watch this here, because
that was almost a half-hearted
this is the interesting
send.
thing to me, Tyler. You first, Tyler.
I apologize, Brad. We nearly saw an overtake from Jordan Lepine there going into turn 1. Had to bail out early as Avalos kind of shut the door a little bit. But we see Sivakumar starting to get closer to Lepine. Maybe they can work together to catch Avalos by the end of this race.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Haas teammates try to work together here. I think you and me are thinking the same thoughts at the same time, that you have 2 drivers running the same chassis. You would think they would work together against the Tony Kart here in the lead. But of course, this is junior category, and here we go down the inside. A pass from Jordan Lepine and a crossover from Andrew Avalos. Beautiful move. That lets Sivakumar get back in as well. And now the top 3 nose to tail. This is the case where, are you going to work together with your friends running the same kart, or are you going to fight each other and make things more challenging? I've officially named turn 12 Cliffhanger, by the way. So we now have, of course, through the bus stop, through Daytona, through the hairpin, through Cliffhanger. That is that complex of corners. I've declared it for the rest of the night. And I'm telling you right now, fireworks are coming in that section for these top 3.
You see Avalos starting to defend a little bit more as we get to the back straightaway here. Lepine is a little bit closer now, going through the bus stop, now going through Daytona. Now he's right on the rear bumper of Avalos as we come into turn 11, and then we make our way through the Cliffhanger.
And here we go down the run into 14, 15, and 16, and this is what I'm noticing right now. Avalos is looking over the shoulder a bit more. I think is very aware of the 2 very, very fast KAs behind. Down the inside into 1, contact between Avalos and Lepine, and I don't think either are going to be happy about that one. You see them both kind of looking through, and here we go, switch along, down the inside, Lepine goes, Avalos switches through, Sivakumar wants to come through, 3 wide headed towards the bus stop, side by side, they hold in the front, and Avalos not able to defend against Lepine. Lepine to the front there. Avalos going to be in second. Sivakumar in third. It started with contact in turn 1, and I have a feeling that if you're Andrew Avalos, you're going to remember that contact, and the memory of a driver is an elephant, I think is the saying. He's going to remember it. I'm sure that there will be a response.
And you have to remember, Brad, we still have 2 minutes plus 2 laps. This race is not that fast going away, so we still have a couple more laps to go here, and the gap that Jordan Lapine has put on Andrew Avalos is starting to grow just a little bit more. Maybe Avalos has overheated the tires, made a mistake, has lost concentration, but that gap is starting to grow.
I think the accordion effect is in full swing here. We're seeing the gap expand. We're going to see the gap compress here into the final bits of this race. And as we head down out of Cliffhanger, down into 14, 15, and 16, this is going to be where I think things really show themselves, and that accordion effect is very well and true there. Bentley McCann not that far off of these top 3 either, so I always like to play the what-if game here. If something crazy happens between the top 3, Bentley McCann is not out of the realm of possibilities here. That is not that significant of a gap between the top 3 to P4 here. Right now, that accordion effect is in full swing here. Under 60 seconds to go here, Tyler. And I think Avalos is just bidding the time here, closing things in, taking advantage of some slipstream and draft, and putting the kart in all the right places. He's there.
I think the key word right now for Avalos now is patience. Try to stay behind Lapine. Do not lose any time. Stay with Lapine. Make up a little bit if you can, but be patient. Don't try to force anything, because you also have to remember, Siva Kumar is right there also putting pressure on you. And Siva Kumar goes for a dive up the inside as we go onto the back straight, and that was a crossover from Avalos, weaving a little bit on the back straight as we go through the bus stop. And Lapine now has a bigger gap than ever before as we come into turn 12 and through the Cliffhanger.
I think Avalos is going to be very frustrated there, wanted to go for the switchback, and Siva Kumar absolutely slammed the doors shut. I wouldn't even call that shutting the doors. Send into 14. We haven't seen that yet today. 14, 15, 16 coming to popsicle sticks, and it is Jordan Lapine in the lead. Avalos and Siva Kumar second and third. Avalos back up into second. Now here's the problem. Siva Kumar with an error into turn 1, runs very, very wide, loses a ton of time to Avalos.
And I think that kind of opened up the race now. Now there's a gap from first to second and a gap from second to third. So I'm going to say that race is going to end where they are at right now. That mistake from Gigi Sivakumar kind of sealed their fate there.
And let's keep an eye here up to the front as we head through white flag, 1 lap to go. It's been a great battle between the top 3, Lapine, Avalos, Siva Kumar. Let's watch how it plays through. It's got to be one final clean lap for Jordan Lapine as Avalos is bearing down here, barreling down through into turn 4, and you can see how that accordion effect plays. He's thrown the fishing line, he's reeling him in, but is there enough time to catch heading through the bus stop, heading through Daytona? Oh, a slight error there through Cliffhanger for Jordan. And will that affect things through heading into 14? It seems like maybe enough of a buffer was found. And for Jordan Lapine, it was a hard-fought challenge through Avalos. Checkered flag is out, and it is going to be Jordan Lapine who picks up the win here with Andrew Avalos in second, Gigi Sivakumar in third, Bentley McCann, and Nolan Wade, your 5KA junior here on the night. That is your heat races through. Now, it is Kid Karts who will come back out to run another heat session and get their way through after their first heats went a little bit off the rails. We'll get them back out. We'll get them going. We come back here in the booth for finals. 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action after our dinner break here. And KA Senior Masters will kick things off. Same order we've had. We run one more time here for KA Senior and Masters to kick things off at about 8:50 on the track. But keep an eye on that Perico countdown to green. And I'm going to go grab a Pericasso myself. Me and Tyler and Ian and our camera crew and everyone here at Kart Chaser, we'll be back.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. shopakr.com. At shopakr.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at shopakr.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man. From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the dinner break, after some Kid Kart fun, we are back, we are racing, we are going, and it's time to kick things off here for the KA Senior and Master 12-minute plus 2-lap final. Kicking things off in this order, it is going to be Mason Ward leading Dane Van Dyke with Andrew Cogram. Abram Dean will be in fourth. Of course, remember, Abram Dean unfortunately had that rear bumper fall off in the heat, which drops Abram Dean down to fourth place, went 7 laps off there. Mason Ward had a 5-second lead at the end, and we'll see how that plays out. Of course, Kid Karts were during the dinner break, and I want to give a big shout out here to the Kid Karts as they ran. A lot of fun for them and their heats, and, well, they finished it out with Kit Dixon up in the front. And if you recognize the last name Dixon, that's all I'm going to say about that one. With Millie Clements and Amelia Demon, with Celine McKinster, Michael Haymaker, James Mitchell, and James Hale, your 7 Kid Karts who had a great run in their heat, and they'll get back out for their finals here later today. But KA Senior Master are going to kick us off on the final run right now, and as they come along to the tram lines, we're looking for it, we're waiting for it, and we're green, we're racing. Great run through the first couple of corners here. The lights are on, the racing is away, and Tyler, I tell you what, if you ever wanted to see a clean race start, that's probably the way to do it there, as the 2 top karts flip into positions. Tony Kart there in second, and we get things good and shaken up and ready to go for 12 minutes of action. Looking through so far here at the KA Master, Super Master category, I gotta wonder here for them how it is gonna play out, because it seems to be a very, very close battle so far to start.
Yeah, it's a good sign to see that Dane Van Dyke is able to stay with Mason Ward this time, not letting him get away like he did in the heat race. But unfortunately, we have Abram Dean not able to make up any positions. Maybe that issue he had in the heat race has kind of caused a setup issue where he's a little rusty. He hasn't had the chance to get back out there in a while. So there's a gap with the first 2 to the 3 and 4 position as they go through the cliffhanger in turn 13. Mason Ward still leads Dane Van Dyke.
And as they head their way along down through, this is where we keep watching just how these top 2 are going to battle it along here. It's 1.9 seconds back to Dean, and then Andrew Cochran is a couple of seconds back from there trying to hold pace. Right now it is Top Kart over Tony Kart. In the front, Mason Ward over Dan Van Dyke, and that is going to be the big key here for the run early on, is just how can you hold that pace and momentum if you're in the lead, if you're Mason Ward, that 999. It's going to be just a case of try to be smooth, try to be consistent, try to watch yourself there on the jumps through 12 and 13, and see what you can't do there through cliffhanger, and now out of the final corners. Still looking pretty good here. And Abram Dean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that gap close quite a bit through the 12 minutes. I think the first couple of minutes are going to be a bit of breathing here. We're 9 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. We're already 3 minutes into this race, and the gap is 2.4. But Tyler, of course, early on, you may be saving a little bit of tire. You may be just thinking about the long run here in KA Senior.
Yeah, as this race progresses, you're going to want to maybe be a little more conservative on pushing, because you want to save those tires for the end of the race when you might be involved in a battle like we have with Mason Ward and Dane Van Dyke. They're running pretty well, 1 and 2, not really doing much other than just staying in their line and putting down some laps. But as this race goes, watch for them to start battling more as those laps tick away.
Coming through into 3 and 4. Van Dyke still putting the pressure there on Mason Ward. And you can tell that Mason Ward is feeling a little bit of pressure there, leaning forward, trying to tuck the helmet, trying to get as much slipstream as possible out of that top car and trying to find some momentum along. So again, just losing time in the third sector, though. That seems to be where Dane Van Dyke has that Tony Kart dialed in. Really down into this third sector is where it's going to close. And here's the thing for the top two. If they start battling, that does invite Abram Dean into the mix, but the gap is 4 seconds. 4 seconds, though, not a lot of time, all things considered. So if these two get side by side, get a little bit of a argy-bargy battle here, you definitely could see something come along. Of course, Mason Ward, lots of experience, a very fast driver, so one to keep an eye on throughout this race here in that 999.
It does appear that Dane Van Dyke has found something in between the heat race and this final race, because his lap times are actually faster than what Mason Ward is putting down. He's been running the fastest lap time every single lap so far. So I think he found something that he needed to stay with Mason Ward and challenge him for this win.
It does definitely appear that way, I would say here. And I mean, Dane Van Dyke is, of course, your points leader here, has a slew of first places, finished second place last round, and is a very consistent driver. But the thing is here for Ward, running third in the points here, was only in for rounds 1 and 2, missed rounds 3, 4, 5, is here for round 6. So for Mason Ward, I would definitely expect to see a good run here, because round 2 won round 2. So it is kind of, you know, you got the strong guns battling up front. Is it a track layout preference that's changing things here for the drivers in the front? Is it just a case of night versus day that's changing things? It's hard to tell, but we're approaching half race distance right now as we get down to 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And right now, just that gap staying about a kart length away.
It really seems to me that Mason Ward does like this layout. He seems to flow very well. And Dane Van Dyke may be looking for a little bit of move there coming out of 13, but they are running bumper to bumper here with 6 minutes left to go. But it appears that Mason Ward just is a little bit smoother around this layout, and he's just got that little bit of an edge that he needs to stay in front of Dane Van Dyke. But Dane Van Dyke is obviously staying patient as he's right on his bumper coming out of turn 4 and onto the back straightaway. We'll see if he can make anything stick going into Daytona.
Coming through the bus stop, hit Daytona. Bit of a run there from Van Dyke heading in, and it definitely seems through hairpin into cliffhanger. That is where we're seeing the most advantage come along for Van Dyke against Ward, but it's just not able to make the difference. Last lap definitely was the closest he's been, but not able to capitalize here as they cross the line. Last time through, a little bit faster Mason Ward than Van Dyke, but not enough to really capitalize to anything. Maybe a couple hundredths, if that, really leading through. Abram Dean, by the way, is running pace about half a second slower than the top two. So Abram Dean sort of just sitting in a rhythm of his own there in third, and Andrew Cockerham in fourth place, that number 51, again finding more time and continuing to gain pace there in that number 51. And that is what we like to see, drivers continuing to improve throughout the evening here as the lights are on. The racing is definitely heating up, but it is cooling down here in Whiteland at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana. It's down to about 70 degrees air temp, which is definitely going to help get some grip in these tires. And as the night hits, as the sun is gone, we are going to continue to see this track cool off, and we're going to see the karts grip up, and we're going to continue to see more momentum be found here as Van Dyke is still right on back of Ward into the bus stop.
Something I noticed, Brad, is watch as we get through this turn 11 complex over to the cliffhanger. In 13, he almost goes for a pass there, but it seems that Dane Van Dyke is stronger in this final sector than Mason Ward. And if I was Dane Van Dyke, I'd lean on my strengths in this section of the track than try to be faster in the parts that maybe Mason Ward is a little bit faster. Improve on the sector that you're fastest in and push Mason Ward's weakness there to try to maybe get him to make a little bit of a mistake there as we still run single file with the 1-2 position.
3 minutes, 40 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps. Plenty of time for Van Dyke to go for a pass, and we're seeing those little sparks of light here, especially through Cliffhanger and Hairpin, where we're seeing the little sparks of life where that top cart definitely doesn't feel faster than the Tony Kart down the inside. Big move from Van Dyke to get past Mason Ward, crosses the line, and Dane Van Dyke into the lead with 3 minutes left to go. It was brave, it was bold, it was beautiful, and it's up into the lead. Now the problem is you got to defend it for 3 minutes plus 2 laps.
That was a great move from Dane Van Dyke going into the second to last corner there. Very clean, very smooth. It got the job done. He picked his point and he made it stick. As we come into turn 11 here, we're going to go through the Cliffhanger. We're going to see how on edge these drivers are, and they seem pretty calm right now. So we still have a long way to go in this race.
Plenty of time left to go, and that's the part that makes me nervous for Dane Van Dyke is with plenty of time left to go, that's plenty of time for Mason Ward to respond, and you see the gap opening, but I think, again, I talk about the accordion effect a lot. Things spread out, and then things compress, and when they compress, the music starts to play a bit more, not the Jaws theme, but definitely something is going to be playing in. A tuck of the helmet there from Ward, trying to catch back up to Van Dyke through Daytona, down into Hairpin, and just continuing to try to find that momentum. This is where, if you're going to dial in this third sector, Mason Ward, this would be the time to do it. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
This will be huge for Dane Van Dyke's championship lead right now, too. If he can pull away from Mason Ward, that's going to be a huge statement for the points at the end of the season for any challenger that may come.
That it will. Currently point sitting 782 Dane Van Dyke, 735 Abram Dean. Of course, Mason Ward, missing the last 3 rounds, is down in third at 375 points. So it would be great for Mason Ward to pick up a win here to try to run up on the points if possible. But for Van Dyke, this is all about defending and capitalizing against Abram Dean, who is not having the best of weekends. Running in third again, Abram Dean had that rear bumper fall off in the heat and ended up with the mechanical flag, having to pit in and going 7 laps down, pitting in only after 3 laps of racing, which was very unfortunate there. And unfortunately for Abram Dean, just not able to close up and keep pace with the top 2.
Brad, if you would have told me about a couple hours ago in our KAA senior heat race that Dane Van Dyke would be leading by over a second, I would have said you're crazy. Mason Ward seemed to have had the heat race locked down. He had the whole night locked down, had such a commanding lead over the rest of the field. But now we see Dane Van Dyke picked up the pace, is leading by over a second as we have less than 25 seconds left plus 2 laps in this race. Can Dane Van Dyke get this win done?
Listen, I want to be very clear with everyone. I am a little bit crazy, and I do fully recognize that, right? Like, I am very clear that I am a little bit crazy, but that is just the name of the game here when it's all said and done. Here's the thing to remember, though, is that anything can happen in karting. So that is kind of what we're seeing here, is the case of anything can happen, and it's very much how the game is going right now as we head through into the run. Popsicle sticks, 2 laps to go. Gap is 1.5 seconds for Van Dyke. It needs to be 2 picture-perfect laps because I think somebody ripped a hole in the accordion and it ain't making no music anymore. Through Daytona, Van Dyke heading into Hairpin and Cliffhanger again. And again, it's so amazing to me how these karts are working through Cliffhanger so well and holding on here in the KA category, coming through white flag, 1 lap to go. And at this point, Van Dyke dipping the helmet says, you know what, I'm in the lead. I want to make sure I secure it.
And Dane Van Dyke last lap had the fastest lap of the race with a 43.025. He is absolutely flying away with this race. Almost 2 seconds of a gap to Mason Ward. He's not letting up, not being conservative at all. He's still pushing as hard as he possibly can, getting that kart in all sorts of situations, but still being stable.
Dane Van Dyke coming through the final corners now. It's been a hard-fought challenge pass with 3 minutes to go, and then sailed away under the lights, pumping the fist out of turn 16. Dane Van Dyke finds the double checkered flags and is going to win the KA Senior Final. Mason Ward in second, Abram Dean in third, Andrew Cockerham in fourth, and William McLaughlin did not run a lap. Would have been our lone KA master here today, but did not start. So KA Seniors with a beautiful run here for the first final of the night. Coming up next, it is micros and minis to head out here in just a moment's time. And out on track now is going to be our micro and mini for their 12-minute plus 2-lap final. And let's talk about your starting lineup as they roll. It's Kason Hendrickson who will be leading Diesel Maxwell, and from there it goes Zen Beach. Or sorry, no, it's Kason Hendrickson with Zen Beach, then it's Diesel Maxwell and Miles Hale. Your 4 karts here. Tyler, the pre-final was fun. How does the final play out?
Well, at the start of the heat race, we did see Zen Beach pull away and Kason Hendrickson come with a late charge at the end of the heat race to take that win. I think it's going to be a battle the whole way through. I think Kason Hendrickson and Zen Beach are evenly matched and are going to battle. Maybe we might see Diesel Maxwell in there a little. We might mix it up a little bit in there. So I think this is going to be a very, very competitive final race for these mini Swifts here.
You and me both, but of course to get to the end in 12 minutes you gotta start, and as they roll down the tram lines here, they get ready, they're bumping, they're waiting, and it's green flag. We're racing here in mini, and here we go, already to the inside. We see Diesel Maxwell going up to second place. Beautiful move there early on. Kason Hendrickson already trying to throw away the weight and take off here. Kason Hendrickson, beautiful move here early on to get going. Diesel Maxwell already saying, you know what, I'll get up into second. I want to fight for the lead, and well, we'll see how that one plays out across the run here as the sun is further down, the light is further away, and the track lights are more and more important as Cliffhanger almost sending people off track.
And we see Diesel Maxwell monster trucking his way through Cliffhanger. The front wheels were off the ground there, but we also see Zen Beach is closer to Diesel Maxwell as Kason Hendrickson starts to pull away a little bit in this final race.
Can he continue to pull away? Can Kason pull away more and more is the question. Can Diesel pull away? Can he pull away? Is where I was starting that sentence at. Can Kason Hendrickson find more and more here on the go, though, is the question. Kason Hendrickson showing some very strong pace here to kick this one off, and we'll see if that is going to continue. We saw in the pre-final how that rolled off through. Kaysen, by the way, is known as Racing Kaysen the Flying Deuce, to give you an idea of the Greenwood, Indiana driver. So clearly some pace there. If you're known as the Flying Deuce in the number 2 kart, you tend to be known pretty well there. Kaysen and brother Kyler from Franklin, Indiana, who started racing at the age of 4. Diesel Maxwell, the AMAX racer here in second place, trying to defend from Zen Beach in the top kart here, heading down through Daytona. This second place battle is really where I think things are going to heat up here early on, but they have to make a decision here, Tyler. Do they work together to get up to Kaysen Hendrickson, or are they going to battle it out for second?
What they should do is stick together, but should is different than what they will do. We will just have to wait and see. It appears at different times Zen Veach is going to look for a pass and then pulls out. So I think he's going to try to want to get that track position. Oh, and he spins! Zen Veach flips it 180 and is stopped coming out of turn 1. That is not how he wanted this race to go. Zen Veach has spun out. That will allow for Kaysen Hendrickson maybe to pull away, because Diesel Maxwell is all by himself there in second now.
And it's going to give some breathing room to Maxwell. Veach will try to get back going. And for Miles Hale now, Miles Hale, I believe, will be up in third after that moment, and we'll see how long that stays so, because Veach will have to get past Miles Hale to then continue to move up. Across the line, Kaysen Hendrickson, fastest of anyone that time through, 45.773, but it's a 45.89 across the line for Diesel Maxwell. So not that much of a gap there, not that much of a disparity in pace. So there is still the chance for Maxwell to find more pace, but Kaysen Hendrickson, I would say, is probably right there on the limit of what that number 2 has here. Again, more on the bio there for the H2K Racing driver heading through. Kaysen's dream is to be an Indy Car champion. Well, there we go. And Kaysen, of course, is the 2019 Whiteland Raceway Park Kid Kart Novice Champion. Won in 2020 at Newcastle for Kid Kart, won 2022 Whiteland Raceway Park Micro Swift, and 2023 Newcastle Micro Swift champion. So Kaysen Hendrickson has tons of pace there in that number 2, tons of experience, but it's a matter of you got to hold it through 12 minutes, and we're not even halfway through. And right now it does seem like Diesel Maxwell is doing everything needed to hold true right there.
And it does appear that Zen Veach has either pulled in or is just he's lost out to third. I don't think he pulled in, but he's way back there now in fourth after having that spin a couple laps ago coming out of turn 1. So I think that will be the end of Zen Veach's night, hoping for a chance at the win here in Mini Swift.
Still plenty of time. I wouldn't count it out. It definitely is going to be a big ask, though. But Zen Veach, 45.6 last time across the line. Fastest lap of anyone here in this micro run, or in this Mini Swift final. So nothing's impossible, but 14 seconds is a massive gap to make up in 7 minutes. We're not even halfway through this race, though, so plenty of time for things to be found. 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go here, and Hendrickson just doing everything needed to be done. I want to give a fun fact about Kyler Hendrickson here, as I'm looking up things about Kaysen Hendrickson, and I found something fun about Kyler Hendrickson. So for those of you who don't know, and you might remember this along through, and maybe I should save this for later for when Kyler is out in 206 Cadet. Kyler Hendrickson has been on national TV, was featured in a NASCAR segment because Kyler's first time in the kart ran over his dad, and Kaysen and Kyler's mom sent it in, and well, they got featured on a NASCAR broadcast. So yeah, I'll let that just be there and sit there, so you can enjoy that one, is all I'm gonna say about that. I would argue Kaysen not hitting dad is a better option. Let Kyler be the one to run over dad. Don't do it yourself.
And we see Kaysen Hendrickson is still pulling away from Diesel Maxwell. The gap is over 3 seconds now, so he's putting a pretty commanding lead on this finals race for our mini Swift class here. It is pretty outstanding drive from Kaysen Hendrickson here today.
Indeed, and of course, looking through at Diesel Maxwell running in second place, 3 seconds back. Diesel Maxwell is a very, very strong driver with AMAX Racing, has tons of racing experience, of course, up and down the run here in Whiteland and in national championships with AMAX. So the mini Swift driver here of Diesel Maxwell able to get things done when need be and keep things along. Has ran the Sunset Sprints, of course, has ran Route 66 and has ran in the winter warm-ups here along, ran Daytona Sprint Week and ran 11th out of 27 karts, just shy of a top 10, and the go there at the end of December, just the way to ring in the year. And then, of course, ran CKNA Grand Nationals, finished mid-pack there when it was ran at Newcastle. Indy Karting Challenge last year, of course, ran through, picked up wins. And, you know, for Diesel Maxwell, a driver that you have to just keep in mind has that experience and that pace. But ultimately, too, though, in the micro mini category, in mini Swift here, if you lose out of the draft, it can be very, very hard sometimes to close things up.
And we do see that Zen Veach has actually made a move on Miles Hale there for third place. So he does move back into the third position. Still 15 seconds back, but made a little bit of ground up off of that spin he had earlier before.
Coming into 3.5 minutes to go, continuing to close things up here. One of the things to note as we get further into the night is watch the steering wheel, watch the center there, and look at the lights. Also, look at the visors that different drivers run. That's one of the things, Tyler, that I think is going to catch me out, is some of these drivers aren't going to be on clear visors, which is interesting to me. That some of the drivers won't have a clear visor on. They will still have their visor that has the tint on it and not the clear visor. And you got to wonder sometimes what the decision process is for that. Is it just because that's what you're familiar to looking out of, as we look at Kaysen Hendrickson, who still has tint on that visor?
Well, I do know that with some of the artificial lighting that we have around this track, sometimes the glare from the lighting can still cause an issue for some of these drivers. So they do prefer to run a little bit of smoke shade or a little bit of tint on the visor instead of a full clear, because a full clear, it might reflect off the track a little bit more and blind them for some of the corners. So it can make it a little bit more difficult, even though the sun is already set at Whiteland here tonight.
Kaysen Hendrickson here in the front with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Gap 5.8 seconds from Hendrickson to Maxwell. Zen Veach has moved up into third now. Gap is 15.8 seconds back. Miles Hale in fourth place, continuing to find consistent lap times. And that is, again, the big key for some of these younger drivers here in the mini Swift category. Our mini Swift category, for those of you who maybe this is your first time watching karting, maybe this is your first time watching through, these are drivers ages 8 to 12 running 245-pound go-karts. Now, I don't know what you were doing at age 8, Tyler, but me at age 8, I was racing a go-kart. Never mind. I was driving a go-kart in my backyard. I wasn't racing one on a track like this, but I had a go-kart that I would drive in the backyard. So I can't say I wasn't driving go-karts, but it's not something that I was doing competitively, I'll say that. Not saying I would even have any pace out here. So that is one of the things to remember, is that, you know, for these drivers, a lot of what they do here through the seasons is getting consistent, getting quick, and learning what it takes to really be strong here on the go.
Yeah, at 8 years old, I wish I was able to be in karts, but unfortunately the money wasn't there, so we parents decided to go with BMX racing instead.
Hey, BMX racing, there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's one of those things that I've never been able to do, but definitely I can, I know it would be fun. I'm not saying I'd be good at it, but, crazier things have happened for sure. 19 seconds left to go. Call it 3 laps to go this time by here for Kaysen Hendrickson, who is still running within 2/10 of Kaysen's fastest lap. Now, that is impressive pace. 2/10 of a second being the gap difference between first and second. 2/10 of a second being the gap between the fastest lap and the current lap. And literally looking at the lap time analysis, I mean, just listen to these lap times for Kaysen. 46.2, 46.0, 45.7, 45.9, 45.7, 45.5, 45.6, 45.8, 45.8. I mean, the consistency is kind of redonkulous. And that is really what it does take to be up in the front, is to just be very consistent. And especially when you're looking versus, Diesel's lap times, it's very much, they're ballpark similar in lap times, but it's just Kaysen's been more consistent the whole time as we're coming through lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Brad, this is a major charge from Kaysen Hendrickson tonight. As we see, it's already over an 8-second gap to Diesel Maxwell. I don't think I've seen a better drive than this in my 8 years of being in karting.
Well, don't look away yet, because we're not done. As we're last lap here, white flag, 1 lap to go is the call here for our mini Swift final. It's been a great run from all of these drivers here. 12 minutes plus 2 laps of survival, and in the end, half a lap stands between Kaysen Hendrickson and the victory today. Coming through Daytona, down into the hairpin to head down towards Cliffhanger. And did all 4 wheels come off there, or am I making things up?
I think I did see all 4 come off the ground, so he's still pushing at the end of this race.
Kaysen Hendrickson second in points. This is going to help a ton on the charge against James Fox. Comes across the line and is going to win the Mini Swift final here. Second place through will be Diesel Maxwell with a great go here. And then Zen Veach, again, what could have been there, but an unfortunate spin later in the race, dropping down into third. Miles Hell will bring it across the line in 4th place. Mini Swift final done. Coming up next, it's 206 Senior. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And karts are out on track here as we go through for our 206 Senior, our largest category of the weekend here. And let's talk about that starting lineup as they go, because it's a front row of Whiteland natives here who know this track well. Adam Maxwell, Braden Heber, your top two. Colton Kelly, Jarrett Howerton in third and fourth. Dakota Pesic, Levi Wilbur, Zachary Allen, Raider Santos, Mason Ward, Josh Piccione, Brady Sappenfield, Reed Esslinger, Connor Dunk, Nico Santos, Stockton Phillips, Andrew Goldman, Mike Haymaker, Braden Mayfield. Your 18 karts to take on this run here. This is 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action. I've made my prediction. I'm going to ask the $1 million question. Tyler, predictions, call it.
I'm going to go with my gut once again, Brad. Adam Maxwell. He's looked the strongest all night.
All right, well, if commentator's curse happens, just remember it was Tyler, not me, is where I'm going to leave that one at as we pace down through the final corners here, heading towards the start-finish line. Tram lines we go here. 12 minutes plus 2 laps for 206 Senior, and as we get ready, we roll slow. And we are green. We are racing down to the inside here. Heber with a bad start to the outside. Drops all the way down to 4th place. Has to defend inside. Trying to get back into the go. Gets 4th place. But up front, Adam Maxwell was able to hold that start here early heading into turn 4. And, well, let it begin, ladies and gentlemen. 18 karts, and we already have 1 kart around there in the back of the shot. As up front, everyone makes their way through Daytona. Into Hairpin, into Cliffhanger they go. And, well, Cliffhanger scares me for the first time.
I do believe that is Adam Maxwell leading, and I think that's Jared Howerton in second. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that is Jared Howerton in second, right on the bumper of Adam Maxwell.
It is actually Colton Kelly in second there as we cross the timing loop. Dakota Pesic in third, Braden Heber down to 4th, and Jared Howerton, unfortunately, is in 5th place here. Levi Wilbur, Ward, Allen, Raider Santos, and Picone, your top 10. And, well, we're not done with the shuffles here from 3rd place back as Maxwell and Kelly look like they've decided they're going to pull a gap, and everyone 3rd place back. There's no love lost here as they continue to go side by side down into the bus stop.
And we still see Adam Maxwell and Colton Kelly running bumper to bumper here, trying to pull away from the rest of the pack. I think that's the smartest move at this point in the race. We have a lot of laps to go left. Front two got to work together and get way out in front.
And you can tell that that's working for them. They ran almost a second faster than 3rd place back last lap. So that is going to be very important for them to continue to do, is just working that go lap after lap and working their way along. That is going to really build the momentums here as they go down through the bus stop into Daytona. Probably the most famous corner of this circuit, I have to say, is Daytona. I remember when it was under construction not that long ago, getting some repairs done, and we couldn't run it, and it was very heartbreaking, I'm not going to lie. Very glad to see it always make that appearance, because we've seen great passes, we've seen great moments, we've seen it really build for some strong momentum on these laps. And already approaching 3 minutes in, Colton Kelly, fastest lap of anyone last time through, that 141 of Adam Maxwell, trying to hold the front there. The top two, as you pointed out, Tyler, working together. Dakota Pesic in third, not able to be faster than the top two. Even right now by 3/10, still slower, and they're side by side for third through the bus stop.
Yeah, we see these front two continuing to pull away, and that battle for third extends all the way back to 9th position. It is going to be a long race for that mid-pack there before it shuffles out a little bit more to see who will be running where at the end of this race.
P3 through 9 here on the screen. Pesic, Howerton, Wilbur, Heber, Ward, Allen, Santos through. And then you have 10th place back, Picone, Sappenfield, Phillips, Esslinger, Dunk, and Nico Santos, who are all running through. That is 10th through 15th that have formed their own little battle pack along. As we have 1 kart off, that is the number 2 of Andrew Goldman, who is now off. It looks like an error through turn 12. through Cliffhanger, unfortunately, causing a moment. They're able to get going before the leaders make an appearance, though, as they are absolutely sending it along.
Hopefully we do not have to worry about lap traffic with that spun out cart there. Hopefully that has no implications on this lead group. And wow, that is a big pack from 3rd all the way to 9th. I cannot wait to see the type of racing and maybe chaos that we get to see in that big pack there.
Yes, you're picking up on the importance here of 206 Senior. Chaos, the name of the game here. Brayton Heber dropping back to 6th place right now. Remember, Brayton Heber started up in 2nd. Unfortunately, has kind of been swallowed by the pack here, not able to close into the top 2. Top 2 have taken off, by the way. 47.25 last time for Adam Maxwell versus a 47.9 for Dakota Pesic. So that is where the pace has really shuffled along. Your top 2, they're not battling. They're not really doing anything crazy. They're just holding nose to tail, whereas everyone 3rd place back, they're peaking for positions. They're looking for moments. They're trying to figure out where they can get passes done, and you can see how that's playing out for them as they work their way through. As Dakota Pesic here, 3rd place back, trying to hold on. And we are going to have some lap traffic here with Andrew Goldman, who is currently sitting there 18th place at the moment. So Andrew Goldman is going to be in this mix for the top 2. But what does Goldman decide to do is my question.
I think the best choice from Goldman now would, on the straightaway, let the leaders go past. Don't get involved in anything, but this is 206 Senior Racing. We don't see that every single time, so, and it seems like he does just let the leaders go through, which is the wise decision there from Andrew Goldman.
Goldman very well showing some strong heads-up driving, aware that the top 2 were coming. Turn 1, great place to pull away there, and then immediately looking over the shoulder to see where 3rd place back is as well for Andrew Goldman, not wanting to affect anyone's race and showing some great respect there in the back of the pack, just trying to get some laps in and wanting to stay well out of the way here. Adam Maxwell last time through a 47.15, and it's a 47.7 for Dakota Pesic last time through. So the gap between 1st and 2nd to that P3 battle continues to open up here as Dakota Pesic is still trying to defend through. It's actually Levi Wilbur who's moved up to 3rd and now is ahead of Dakota Pesic. It's 5 seconds from the top 2 back to 3rd place. That is a massive gap as I see somebody off there in the background through. I want to say that was Brady Sappenfield that we might have saw off further back.
And once again, we see Colton Kelly pushing Adam Maxwell all the way through Daytona and into turn 11. Little separation through the Cliffhanger, and Adam Maxwell kicks up a little bit of dust coming out.
Look at the sparks. Did you see the sparks there out of Cliffhanger? Or am I imagining things? I think that's one of the perks of nighttime racing is the fact that, well, as these karts jump, you can see sparks. And there's Goldman giving a point by along for 3rd place back, just saying, you know what, go, get past me. And staying very wide through turn 1. That's a very, very smart way to race there. Again, I got to give shout-outs to Andrew Goldman.
Now I want to put eyes on 3rd and 4th here, Levi Wilbur and Jared Howerton. They have kind of moved a little bit away from Dakota Pesic and are starting to work together to hopefully catch Adam Maxwell and Colton Kelly by the end of this race, as we have just about 4 minutes left plus 2 laps here as they go through Cliffhanger and turn 13. Jared Howerton is giving a good push to Levi Wilbur.
A good push definitely can help, but the gap 4.5 seconds here and needs to close pretty rapidly in the next 4 minutes plus 2 laps in order for there to be a challenge. Or the alternative, these top 2 need to stop playing so friendly and actually start fighting. I've seen before where 4 and 5 second gaps evaporate into nothing because all of a sudden the 2 that were playing nose to tail follow the leader decide to start playing side by side rock'em sock'em robots, and that can prove to be big moments here. So nothing is impossible, and remember, nothing is over till the checkered flag hits, so anything can happen here in the world of karting, and you never know what to expect, so expect the unexpected. Coming through third place back here on screen right now, Levi Wilbur, Jared Howerton working their way along with Dakota Pesic now down into fifth as they work their way down towards turn one. And Maxwell and Kelly, I don't know what happened to Colton Kelly, but they were nose to tail. It's now a 7/10 of a second gap.
Yeah, Brad, it appears that Adam Maxwell has maybe stretched his legs out a little bit and has put a little bit of time on Colton Kelly, but I don't count out Wilbur, Howerton, or Pesic, or even Braden Heber, because this race could heat up real quick. We could see any of these guys be involved in this fight if it does come by the end of this race.
You talk about one driver in there not to count out. It's that highlighter yellow number 8 of Braden Heber. Fastest kart of anyone last time through. Purple lap 47.1 versus the leaders 47.5 last time. And a 47.3 for Levi Wilbur. Let's make a note, 47.3s versus 47.5s for the leaders. So third place back, they are running faster than the top two, but 4.8 seconds the gap. That's a pretty big stretch that needs to happen. So really for Adam Maxwell, I think Adam Maxwell would benefit from letting Colton Kelly close in here and working through with Colton Kelly a bit more. But the problem is if you let Colton Kelly get close, Colton Kelly's going to want to go for a dive. And if you give a Colton Kelly a dive, well, you run the risk of an impact.
You know what my dad always said, Brad? 2 karts are always faster than 1. Oh, but we see Jared Howerton go for the dive through on Levi Wilbur in that second to last corner. They're starting to jockey around a little bit. But as I was saying, 2 karts are always faster, and Levi Wilbur goes back through on Jared Howerton. They're fighting back and forth here. I think they realize now that the fight for the win may be coming to a close, and they're starting to figure out who's going to be third, who's going to be on that last spot for the podium. And I believe that was Jared Howerton. Maybe Levi Wilbur pushed off track by Braden Heber. Braden Heber is in P4 now, pushing Jared Howerton as we go through turn 11.
That was Levi Wilbur off track there. Heber able to shuffle up past Dakota Pesic and then contact through because Howerton and Wilbur went side by side. So that shuffles everything up third place back. And at some point you do have to have P3 back kind of decide along for them of I'm not going to be able to go for the win. I need to let things shuffle along and I need to just capitalize and maximize on what I can do here. Colton Kelly is closing back into Adam Maxwell, by the way. I almost wonder if Colton Kelly didn't purposely take a slightly off lap and just save some tires here. Colton Kelly 47.3 last time, 47.5 last time for Adam Maxwell. So we do see a little bit of pace disparity starting to show up. I think there's a little bit of thought process here as we do have one car off on the front stretch. Not sure who that was, but that is heartbreaking to see. Always see a driver off on the front stretch there as we come through. Braden Heber trying to defend big time here now on Pesic as Pesic's trying to do everything to put that top guard in position and move ahead of Heber in the highlighter there. Wants to highlight up into 4th place.
And I got
and contact! I don't think Braden Heber was happy.
I believe that has completely turned this race upside down for that 4th through, I think, 7th battle there as Braden Heber's race is over. Dakota Pesic got into the back of him. Is Dakota Pesic still in the top 5?
Not for sure. We'll find out here momentarily, but the battle for the top 2 as we're 2 laps to go, this is where things are really going to get crazy. So if you thought right there Braden Heber and Dakota Pesic got a little bit wild, this is where things are going to get interesting because we're 2 laps to go and there's no love lost in the lead for 206 Senior as Adam Maxwell now has to defend from Colton Kelly, who set a personal best last time with a 47.156, even faster than Adam Maxwell's best lap. So buckle in, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to tell you this, Adam Maxwell is going to be feeling the pressure here, coming out of 15 and 16 down to the white flag. 1 lap to decide 206 Senior.
Now look for the move here from Colton Kelly. Adam Maxwell goes to the inside to defend. They're too wide going into turn 1. maybe a little bit of a crossover move from Colton Kelly, trying to set up the pass for the back straight before they get into the bus stop.
Here we go. Let's see this into turn 4. We've seen switchbacks. We've seen crossovers here. Down to the inside. Colton Kelly wants to move into the bus stop. Adam Maxwell defends it beautifully. Heading into Daytona we go. Hold nose to tail. Is it a run into hairpin? Well, it's defense to the inside from Maxwell. Outside Colton Kelly. Bring it through Cliffhanger, and both drivers with beautiful grip through. Now, last passing opportunity, possibly into 14. Does Colton Kelly look for it? Goes outside, wants to try to cross back along. Maxwell defends. Coming to the line, Adam Maxwell is going to pick up the win in 206 Senior. Second place will be Colton Kelly. Third place through, Jared Howerton, Levi Wilbur, Zachary Allen, Dakota Pesic in 6th. But after that contact with Braden Heber, we'll see if there's any post-race penalties there, and we'll keep you updated. Mason Ward, P7. 8th place, Braden Heber. Stockton Phillips in 9th, and Josh Picone in P10. The black and checkers are out, which does mean that there are some potential post-race penalties incoming. And now that that race is done, you see the run along here in the grid as we will take a step aside here for Kid Karts to get rolling. Enjoy the Kid Karts running through, and let's see how they finish things out. We'll be back here in just a moment here in the booth, because what a run in 206 Senior. I need a breathing moment after that. And while Kid Karts are getting ready to roll out for their final through, just as a reminder for everyone, the Paddock Lounge here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland is open until 10:15 p.m. and they request all food orders be in by 10 p.m. It is now 9:47 local time, so if you're hungry, you got about 10 minutes to get over to the Paddock Lounge and get some food, as they do request all food orders in by 10, and they close at 10:15. Kid Karts getting ready to roll here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and Kart Final has concluded, and it is Little Will Power, Kit Dixon up to the front here, Millie Clements in second place, Amelia Demon in third, Michael Haymaker in fourth, fifth place, James Mitchell, Celine McKinster in sixth, James Hale in seventh. Big shout out to all of our Kit Kart drivers here for getting the run through and taking on this final here today. Next up, 206 Junior, roll out momentarily. And carts are rolling, and the next thing to see is all the pizzazz that can come along from 206 Junior, because they are ready to roll. And let's talk about your starting lineup here for your 206 Junior final. Max and Cleve took a penalty out of the pre-final for incident responsibility. That'll see Max and Cleve drop down into 10th, but of course your front row, it's Andrew Avalos with Jitu Sivakumar, Tyler Nash Turner in 3rd, Parker Dunn in 4th, Simon Eugen in 5th, Nolan Wade in 6th, Eli Marsh, Maximus Seward, Campbell Feldhake, Max and Cleve, Aiden McKinster, and Zen Veach. Your 12 carts to take on this 206 Junior final. Tyler, I gotta ask the $1,000,001 question. Who comes out of 206 Junior on top?
I think we need to watch Jitu Sivakumar. They have been one of the top drivers all night for me, especially in the 206 Junior class. I think we need to watch them, but also Andrew Avalos. I think they're going to work together here in this feature. It's going to be a battle throughout the entire field.
All right, be ready for that. And again, remember, if that goes absolutely sideways, I didn't say it. That is the rule of the thing. So if it goes absolutely sideways, I didn't say it. By the way, a follow-up on 206 Senior while juniors get ready to roll. Dakota Pesic, 5 seconds for avoidable contact. But in 206 Junior, what will we see here? Green flag is out. We're racing down the inside already. You have Avalos trying to make some moves. You have big stack-ups there in the mid-pack. You've got drivers off in the grass, and your top 3 already trying to make a breakaway. Oh, and I see sparks coming out from 4th place there as everything has shuffled all the way up. I'm wondering if there's not maybe a bumper that's been knocked off there in 4th or 5th place cart. That is not going to be ideal at all. Is up here in the front, your top 3, they're trying to run away here and just work together. You've got a couple of teammates, it looks like, potentially trying to find each other as well further back. Avalos, Tyler Nash Turner, Jitu Sivakumar, your top 3.
These top 3 are starting to break away a little bit from Parker Dunn and Simon Eugen. I think if they start to work together, they might be able to pull away from that pack of 4th on down.
I definitely think your top 3 have a strong chance of a breakaway. Here's the thing, though. I'm going to point out the 3rd place driver of Jiju Sivakumar. Jiju Sivakumar does not like to sit in 3rd place, but this is a 12-minute race under the lights in the night, and that's a big error from Tyler Nash Turner. That's going to let Jiju Sivakumar work down the inside here to try to get to the back of Avalos, and Nash Turner not able to defend that, but what does that do? That opens up the hornet's nest. Parker Dunn now closing in. Your fastest kart, by the way, is now Max and Cleve, because everyone 4th place back, absolutely flying compared to the top 3 right now, half a second up.
And Brad, I think you just spoke that overtake into existence. It is so obvious Jiju Sivakumar does not want to sit and wait in 3rd place. I don't think they want to sit and wait in 2nd place. They want to be leading this race and do exactly what Andrew Avalos is doing and pull away from the entire field.
That is what I do sometimes, is speak things into existence. Welcome to Commentator's Curse 101. You say it and it happens. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad, and sometimes it gets you in trouble with drivers, and we just accept it for what it is. Top 3 here, they've kind of accordioned out, starting to build in some gaps here, but Jiju Sivakumar, fastest kart on track by 2.5 tenths over Andrew Avalos last time through. So Sivakumar trying to close the gap to the leader, and Tyler Nash Turner trying to just stay right there. Parker Dunn holding on to 4th, and then you have Simon, Eli, and Maximus 5th, 6th, 7th. Nolan Wade's there in the mix as well. Max and Cleve in the mix as well. And then Campbell Feldhake was the driver who went way off the track there early on in lap 1 out of turn number 1. And Aiden McKinster running in last place currently, how they sort things out. And then Zen Beach, who did not take the race start, shows in P12. Look at this. The accordion is real, as Sivakumar is closed right back up to Nash Turner, or to Avalos, but Nash Turner is right on the back of Sivakumar, giving a bit of a push down the front stretch into turn 1.
In this scenario, Brad, where we see Jiju Sivakumar working with Tyler Nash Turner, you have to be careful with the tires. If you work too hard to try to catch the lead of Andrew Avalos, which they have already done, you need to worry about your tires. Take care of your tires, because this will be a long race, and you don't want to peak early. You want to peak at the end. Try to make your moves at the end of the race when you're in this position.
Remember, you don't win the race with 8 minutes to go. You win the race at the checkered flag. So a lot of patience and sometimes a little bit of strategy driving. I don't know what strategic strategy driving is, but that can make the difference. Dive into turn 1 here from Sivakumar. Great move there to get past Avalos. Nash Turner now follows through. Is it a 2-for-1 special? The answer is maybe a little bit of wheels in the grass there from Avalos as Nash Turner tries to battle through, holding side by side. Sivakumar not even looking back, and I'll tell you right now, Nash Turner and Avalos, they're going to remember that moment, and that is going to probably come back to play itself over again.
Andrew Avalos looks to be a little bit frustrated with that move that Tyler Nash Turner had on him. Avalos ran Nash wide, almost out to the grass, and made a hand gesture. I think they tapped the back of their helmet, a little frustrated. But this is getting pretty tense here in such the early stage of this race.
And remember, this is junior. This is ages 12 to 15, so they are very, very skilled in the seat here, but they also, at the same time, run short on thoughts. Here we go to the inside. Avalos back over Sivakumar for the lead. And what I was saying, they sometimes run short on patience and short on forgiveness, and that can sometimes produce some interesting moments to watch here as they go. So you just have to sort of balance that out, and sometimes it is all about teaching these drivers that sort of check yourself routine of, hey, it's a moment in the race, let it go, still plenty of time left, and let it be here as that pass goes through.
And we see Andrew Avalos did run the fastest lap time that last lap with a 48.227, which is about 3 to 4 tenths faster than the next kart.
And that faster time coming in here as we hit half distance is going to be a very, very important moment here, I have to say, for Avalos and Siva Kumar and Tyler Nash Turner. That is really going to help play the game along for them to set things up beautifully here into the last stages of this race. Half up, half down, and Tyler Nash Turner, fastest kart of anyone right now, running 4 tenths faster than Andrew Avalos last time. Now closes to the back of Gigi Siva Kumar, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Let's see if the passing can happen here. Down into 3 and 4, all of them fan out, trying to defend through, trying to find runs. And well, this is going to be the moment where you really need to have it together. Through the bus stop, through Daytona, let's head down to the hairpin.
And we are bumper to bumper to bumper as we go through the cliffhanger with Andrew Avalos leading Gigi Siva Kumar and Tyler Nash Turner. There is a little bit, maybe 2 kart lengths between Avalos and Siva Kumar as we work through the last few corners here before we go back on the front straightaway.
And look at that there. Tyler Nash Turner, all that momentum gained, immediately lost on the next lap as Avalos and Siva Kumar open up the throttle a bit more, run a bit wider, run a bit faster there, and they're able to get some time away from Tyler Nash Turner. Here we go. Look at Siva Kumar trying to set things up for a cross into turn 4, not able to get the pass right on the rear bumper of Avalos into the bus stop though. But I think this is Siva Kumar playing it a little bit wise right now and showing that maturity in the seat to know to wait a bit longer on this race and look for the 2 to go. Look for the 1 to go signal, maybe even to go for the pass here as Siva Kumar. It does look like the faster car over Avalos right now, but Avalos parking the bus beautifully and Avalos just managing to hold on. Siva Kumar, fastest lap of anyone last time, but still not going for the pass.
And we see Avalos and Siva Kumar start to pull away from Tyler Nash Turner. That gap is now just about a second. Siva Kumar tries to set up a pass again as we go through the back straightaway down to the bus stop. Brad, I gotta ask a question of you. Do you think we will see a pass going into turn 11 tonight? We haven't seen it yet, but do you think it is possible in this final that we could see maybe an attempt at a pass going into turn 11?
I would be very surprised if we don't, just because it's 206 Junior, and they tend to blend the best of senior and cadets. Cadets will go for passes in places that are unconventional, and seniors will go for passes where they know they make sense. And sometimes what's the most unconventional also makes the most sense at the same time. Don't ask me how it works, but it does, and in 206 Junior, they like to blend that together. So if I don't see Siva Kumar go for a pass in turn 11, I will be absolutely shocked, because it just seems to be, it's really one of the most natural places here at IKC to make a pass down into turn 11, or the hairpin as we've been calling it. So the fact that we haven't seen one all night is kind of shocking.
Did you see the sparks that flew off of Siva Kumar's kart there going through Daytona? They are flying, using up all of the track, even dipping wheels off the track. The nighttime really exposes the amount of sparks that can fly off these karts when they just push a little bit off the track a little.
Taylor Swift wrote a song about that forever and ever ago, and it turned out to be a best hit, and well, you wonder why. But when you see sparks fly, it's always a good time here, as we are into 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and still these top 2 cannot be separated from each other. Tyler Nash Turner, unfortunately, has fallen out of the grasp of this top 2 battle because it's stopped. The battling has stopped, and they are nose to tail chasing each other right now and playing a bit of cat and mouse, as Siva Kumar is willing to use as much curb as humanly possible there, going into 13 and 14 to stick through. And Tyler Nash Turner is just there. No draft from ahead, but no challenge from behind right now. And for Tyler Nash Turner, that might be a good sign. Down the inside, Siva Kumar into turn 1, goes for the pass, gets it done. I think that might have been a little premature, but also look what's up ahead, lap traffic. So maybe Siva Kumar thinking smart about it right now.
If Siva Kumar can manage to make their way through the lap traffic without getting held up at all, this could be one of the pivotal moments of this finals race as we come to the last minute here, plus the last 2 laps. This is shaping up to be a huge battle between Siva Kumar and Avalos.
I do not envy the position either of them are in as they're side by side along, and Avalos back up ahead of Siva Kumar again. In the span of a lap, we had 2 passes for the lead. That took the gap to Nash Turner down by 0.7 of a second. It's down to 1 second flat now. Do not count out the 8:42 of Tyler Nash Turner.
Ooh, and they make their way past the lap traffic without getting held up. I for sure thought there was maybe going to be an incident there, but they managed to make it through cleanly, nose to tail.
We have seen lap traffic cause incidents before. Brayton Heber specifically into the hairpin, getting caught up by lap traffic before and losing the lead, losing the win of a race earlier this year. So think about that, you know, history does tend to repeat itself here in the Indy Karting Challenge. 2 to go. Popsicle sticks out. Look at this. Jiju wants to go outside to in. Goes for the switch through. Avalos defends that beautifully. Heading along here, and now down through 3 and 4. Siva Kumar still looking. The gap to Tyler Nash Turner has again opened up to 1.7 seconds. It was down to a second just from that 1 lap of back and forth battling. Let's see what happens here. Siva Kumar holding behind in Daytona.
And as they fly through turn 11 over the cliffhanger, Siva Kumar still is trying to take on Andrew Avalos and find a spot to pass within, as we come down to the last lap of the race, who can edge it out between the 2 of them.
Side by side down to turn 1 again. Siva Kumar again to the outside of Avalos, looking for a move, wants to try to do a bit of a crossover here. Avalos again defends it. Siva Kumar looking everywhere possible. Down into 3 and 4 we go. That was almost a move to the inside, doesn't go for it, and Siva Kumar loses a little bit of momentum for that. Through Daytona, dips a wheel, a little bit of sparks there from Siva Kumar, down into the hairpin, heading into cliffhanger, nose to tail still, 1 good passing opportunity left. Siva Kumar holding behind Avalos, Avalos parking the bus. It's been a hard-fought battle between these 2. It's been back and forth several times, and in the end, it's a drag race to the line, and it is going to be Andrew Avalos over Jiju Siva Kumar by 22 1/1000ths of a second. Will determine first place for Andrew Avalos. Tyler Nash Turner into 3rd, Parker Dunn 4th, Simon Eugen in 5th, Maximus Stewart 6th, Nolan Wade, Maxon Cleve, Eli Marsh, and then it's Campbell Feldhake in P10, and P11 will be Aiden McKinster to finish things out. But what about that? 22 thousandths separating out Jiju Siva Kumar and Andrew Avalos. And karts are rolling out on track. It's time for 206 Masters Supermasters to get their way along and going here. And let's talk about their starting lineup here for 206 Master Supermaster. It will be Troy Toney up top with J. Brian Williams, Tyler Demon, Jesse Bullock, Todd Albertson, Brian McKinster, Tonka Jahari, and Dakota Pesic, who was excluded from the results for failing post-race tech for Dakota Pesic will be down in the back of the Supermasters Masters Final. Danny Cutshaw got the pole in Supermasters with William McLaughlin in second, Steve Crackle in third, Joseph Stevens, Mike Bacher, and Wesley Bullock will be in sixth place for your Supermaster category here. This is going to be one of those that you buckle up and watch. Again, 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action, and there are 15 karts registered out to go here. So, with that being said, I have no predictions for how this one can end, except for it's going to be exciting here to see how it goes. Troy Toney, of course, up at the front will be trying to battle it along up in the front and trying to hold on as much as possible, as J. Brian Williams will be in second place. Those top two, they tend to know how to fight each other real well here. I can't say words. It's 10:30 at night. We're going to let that be where that's at. Side by side, we're already formed up. We're not even out of turn 16 here. Tyler, take the race start, sir.
Alrighty then, Brad, thank you. As we work our way onto the front straight here, we are coming up pretty slow. And the green flag waves and Troy Toney gets a great start coming through turn 1. And I think that was J. Brian Williams got a really bad start there. He drops back to third. Troy Toney starts to work his way through a little bit faster. Maybe if he can work his way with, I think that's Dakota Pesic. If they can work together, there's already a huge gap between the two of them and the rest of the grid.
And that is indeed Pesic up into second place here, working through, able to get a beautiful start. And look at that, all 4 wheels coming off through Cliffhanger. That is an impressive feat here for the top kart all the way through, as the Haas is leading right now. Now you snake things along for the top 2. Battle for the lead very quickly forming up between Troy Toney and Dakota Pesic. We talked about it earlier, but Dakota Pesic, a multiple-time champion for several years of experience, and then also a driver who is tested in Formula 4 here in the U.S. So a driver with tons of driving, racing, and just pure knowledge of experience behind the wheel of anything with a motor. Definitely going to be one to put on a challenge here against Troy Toney, your current points leader here in Whiteland, who has a racing resume of his own that is about a mile long.
And as we've seen all night, Brad, it seems that it is Haas versus Top Kart here tonight at Whiteland. Obviously, there's teams that run both of these chassis here at Whiteland, but these are the two that really shine over all of the others. Every race so far has been Haas versus Top Kart.
I'm just going to say it. I have been really surprised by that a little bit. I'm not going to lie, because of the fact that the Top Kart and the Haas categories running their way through, or chassis running their way through, has been so impressive here, and they've been having great runs. Look at the sparks off the back of Pesic into Daytona. You can tell just carrying pace. I'd love to have a speed trap here to really know what speed they're carrying into Daytona out of the bus stop, what speed they're carrying into Cliffhanger. I really want to know how fast they're going through that 12-13 section, just out of pure curiosity more than anything. Maybe somebody can tell me in the IKC Discord, maybe, or the K1 Discord, they can send me a message and let me know how fast they're going through and along. I'd love to get that speed figure through. Top 2 still holding through. J. Brian Williams, by the way, that gap is open to 3.1 seconds between the top 2 to P3. They have just absolutely opened up, and Troy Toney, fastest lap last time across, 48.4. through with a 49.2 for J. Brian Williams. So, I mean, that just shows these top 2, they are hauling the mail.
And we see a move potentially for Dakota Pesic, was looking up the inside in that second to last corner there, but filters back into place. I think they just need to work together a little bit more, build more of a gap on J. Brian Williams, and then fight it out for the last couple of laps.
That, I think, would be the smartest plan, I'd say. But, you know, sometimes patience is a virtue of which a racing driver who is behind a driver they think they're faster in certainly will not have. So for Dakota Pesic, will that be the case here? Or will we see patience prevail to the final 2 laps like you would anticipate? Well, only one way to find out here, and that is to get through the next 8 minutes with us as we wait to see what happens with these top 2 holding nose to tail still. And that is going to be the name of the game for your top 2. A glimpse down at the Micron, a tap to the helmet from Tony, and Tony very clearly telling Dakota Pesic, don't fight me, let's just keep running. I want to keep putting in fast laps here and get going. And Dakota Pesic, fastest kart of anyone on track last time through, I'm sure is going to be pretty okay with that answer.
And watch this as Dakota Pesic seemed to try to set up a maneuver on the back straight. He keeps choosing to go that little wider line and then cut it down under Troy Tony just to try to get a run to see if they can make a pass.
And nothing to be done yet. I think it's going to take a big run from Pesic to get that pass. The pace is just way too similar. 48.208 last time for Pesic and a 48.249 for Tony. Across the line this time it's 4.54 to 4.48. So I mean they're running within thousandths of a second of each other. But here we go down the inside for Pesic. Let me speak too soon. Dakota Pesic now up to the lead of Master Supermaster Final.
You know, Brad, it almost looked to me like Troy Tony let Dakota Pesic by there. There was no fight. It was very clean. It almost seemed like he just let him go by so they can work together a little bit better and maybe pull away more to fight. I think that was a smart move from Troy Tony there to let him by. He's faster. They can work together and pull away.
I definitely agree with you on that one. It could have been fought much harder there for Troy Tony, and he didn't. And you know, as you said, I think this is a case of knowing what's smart. And right now what's smart, you're only halfway through this race. There's plenty of time. And if this guy wants to get in front of you, burn his tires up, and run a bit further, let him. Unfortunately, 0.8 of a second last lap through was the pace difference between Pesic and Tony that time. So that pass, while it was really well facilitated through the rest of the lap, more time got lost. And I gotta wonder for Troy Tony, again, is that on purpose? Is that letting the kart breathe for a second? Is that letting the tires breathe for a second? Or is that done sort of accidentally as a side effect of being passed? It's hard to tell right now. So we have one kart off the track here, and that is Todd Albertson, I believe, who we have lost now, who is now walking through. It looks like a mechanical failure there. Unfortunate to see. And well, I answered my own question for Pesic and Tony, by the way, because they just ran identical lap times last lap.
And it appears that maneuver that Troy Tony let Dakota Pesic make may have backfired just a little bit as Dakota Pesic starts to pull away just a little bit more. That gap is around 0.9 of a second. But maybe by the end of this race, we'll see Pesic's tires could fall off and Troy Tony's comes in at that right time to bring him back so they can fight.
Well, I guess this comes down to the question is, are you better as the leader or are you better as the follower? And I think for Troy Tony right now, it looks like Troy Tony was better playing as the leader and unfortunately is not the better follower. It seems like they would have been better inversed for a little bit, but Troy Tony very clearly is going to have a strategy in this. I wish Troy Tony could just tell us what that was. That is one of the things that stinks about being in the booth is we are not privy to the strategy that the drivers come up with while they're down in the karts. And they tend to come up with some pretty doggone good strategies, I have to say, every once in a while.
And as we see them go through the cliffhanger, they seem very calm and collected. The kart placement is perfect. Nothing out of ordinary. The kart's not bouncing all around. It's planted and very calculated. That's what we see from drivers like this in this class with lots of experience. They're hardened veterans in this class and in the motorsport world. This is the type of maneuvers that we see from these drivers.
Also, I have to say it when we cut to the next camera, so just be ready for it as we come through out of turn number 4. Pesic leading Tony by 9/10 of a second, and as we come along out of the bus stop through Daytona, let's hit the hairpin here and head along down into the cliffhanger into 13, 14, 15, 16, and whoop, whoop, that's the sound of the police. Because I don't know what the cops are doing back there, but very clearly they are interested in some go-kart racing, sitting there with their lights on. Not sure what they're doing again. They're looking the wrong way to be watching go-kart racing, but here we are nevertheless. They're probably going to pull over Pesic for speeding and tell Tony to not go under the speed limit here on the track, as we are lapping traffic now coming along.
Oh, and we see that might be a little of a hindrance for Troy Tony as he has to make his way through that lap traffic. That did cost him some time on Pesic's lead. That is not what Troy Tony wanted to have there for him.
Not at all, and that is unfortunate there. That was Brian McKinster that they worked past. Todd Albertson, of course, out of this race earlier, retiring, and Brian McKinster now into 10th place, a lap down on the field. Mike Bockert will be the next kart to go a lap down. Is not too far away here at the moment and should be coming up here momentarily. Is the kart there on the bottom of your screen briefly in what looked to be a Kart Republic chassis, if I'm not mistaken, heading through and along here down the back stretch through the bus stop, heading towards Daytona. Pesic will need to work through there and hopefully will not be hindered through the most technical section of the track.
And it's going to be key to watch how Dakota Pesic makes his way through this lap traffic. If it's just one quick maneuver through and passing, or if they get held up a little bit, that could allow Troy Tony to make some space back up to Dakota Pesic, but we'll only see when Pesic catches up.
And getting caught through the traffic in turn 2, maybe not ideal there, but it's all about where does Troy Tony catch this traffic. The traffic goes a bit loose and wide. I don't think that was planned, but actually might have worked out better for Troy Tony. Doesn't catch in the bus stop or Daytona and is able to get the point by before the bus stop. Gap as it sits, 1.9 seconds. Pesic to Tony, less than 60 seconds left to go in this race.
And this lead is really starting to open up as the time ticks down just a little bit more. That gap is really opened up now. So Dakota Pesic, hopefully in their mind, they think they have this race sealed, but there still is going to be 2 laps left to go. They have to hold it together, keep the pace up, because Troy Tony is still pushing hard. Even though it's opened up to a 2.3 second gap, there is no room for error here.
None at all. This lap plus 2 more to sort things out. So call it 3 to go as we head up into Daytona. And for Pesic, 2.3 seconds does not guarantee a thing here, because you've got to make it through 3 more times around what has proven to be a very tricky IKC layout here at K1 Whiteland, Indiana, and it's been so much fun. And don't let the blue lights distract you. I got to say that as well. Don't let those blue lights distract you here, Pesic. Because they may be coming for you. You never know here how it plays out. It'd be kind of cool to get a police car on the racetrack. Hey, hey K1, can we get one of those cop cars to come run a hot lap? I just want to know how fast a police car can lap a go-kart track. And this is a pretty good little layout to have a cop car come run through. Just ideas, you know, as we're showing 3 laps to go officially on the counter here. So it's this one plus 2 more. It appears that Pesic crossed the line with some bonus time left. Let's take a look here and see how it plays through. Will it be white flag or 2 to go when we come across the line?
Well, Brad, I know K1 does have the reputation of allowing road vehicles or race cars on their kart tracks, because I remember earlier this year, K1 Circuit allowed a Porsche Cup car. Who knows, maybe they would allow a police car to run a hot lap here at Whiteland.
Does anyone have the Whiteland, Indiana non-emergency line handy to call and just ask a favor for a friend? I'm curious, what's faster, a KA kart or a Ford Explorer. Oh, come on. You've never been curious? I'm curious. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Nobody's curious about the pace of a cop car around K1 here in Whiteland, Indiana, other than me, apparently. So we'll let that one ride. 3 seconds the gap from Dakota Pesic to Troy Toney. J. Brian Williams currently sitting 7.5 seconds back from Troy Toney there. Your top 3 very well spread out through, and Tyler DeMann in 4th place trying to hold along and a bit further of a gap there back. It's been a very, very hard fought Master Supermaster race, and in the end that gap sort of spreading itself out and breathing. Danny Cutshaw, by the way, leading Supermasters in P6 over William McLaughlin. So as we come across the line here, it's just a couple of corners left for Dakota Pesic here on what's been a hard fought battle with Troy Toney, but in the end it is Pesic who will see the double checkers and will win. Troy Toney, 2nd place. J. Brian Williams in 3rd. Coming around the line now, Tyler DeMann will pull through the 333 in 4th. Jesse Bullock will find 5th. Danny Cutshaw, William McLaughlin 6th and 7th. Joseph Stevens in 8th. Mike Balker in 9th. Brian McKinster and Todd Albertson, your 2 DNFs out of this session. We're going to take a moment. When we come back, it's 206 Cadet and then KA Junior to finish out your weekend here in Whiteland, Indiana. Let's go. And rolling out on track now, it is 206 Cadets for our penultimate final of the night. Let's talk about the starting lineup as they go here for your 206 Cadet category. They get rolling out, and it is going to be this starting order. It will be Jax McNeely up front over Diesel Maxwell, with Miles Hale in 3rd, Luke Sutherland in 4th, Kyler Hendrickson and Blake McKinster, your 6 karts to roll out here on the go. It was a great heat, you got to say here. Diesel Maxwell trying to get a great fight on Jax McNeely there early on, but then Jax McNeely just disappearing and able to go through and get what was a great run along here early on. So Diesel Maxwell then in 2nd place, Miles Hell in 3rd, and Luke Sutherland 4th. Unfortunately, Kyler Hendrickson and Blake McKinster not finishing the race here, as they will form up get ready to roll. As our 206 cadets roll into the tram lines here, going slow and looking for green flag out. We are racing for 206 cadets, and let's go down into turn 1 here, and look at this side-by-side up in the front, already fighting their way along, and this is great battling through for the front. Look at that, Diesel Maxwell trying to make a move, McNeely defending. We're 3 wide up in the front of 206 cadet.
And McNeely maintains the lead over Miles Hale and Diesel Maxwell as we go through turn 11 and over the cliffhanger. This is the big spot to watch at the start. They all make it through just fine. Now we go through turn 13, and to finish the lap, Jackson McNeely starts to pull away.
And battles continuing along here for second place as we come through. McNeely, Hale, Maxwell, your top 3 at the moment. Kyler Hendrickson, McKinster, and Luke Sutherland, your 206 cadets, side by side there for second place. That is Maxwell over Hale now, getting the Swapperooskies for positions. A great move there, you got to say, around the outside. And now heading down into turn 4, we'll see a little bit of breathing room form up. Kyler Hendrickson, forgive me, not Kaysen, but Kyler, the sibling that ran over the dad, now running in the 4th position here. We'll be looking to take this 206 cadet number 95 a bit further up the field.
And we do see that battle there for 3rd and 4th between them as Jackson McNeely starts to do what he does best and pulls away from Diesel Maxwell.
Big goal is going to be to pull away here and find the momentum. That is what you want to do early on here in the run, is try to find some momentum. But you got to make sure, of course, with 12 minutes of racing, that you hold on to enough in the pocket that you can keep that 12 minutes along here. You don't want to run too far away too early and then have to fight your way back along late in the race when you've used up all of your equipment. That is going to be one of the big things to watch here in 206 Cadet, is remembering that you have to get through the 12 minutes plus 2 laps. You can't run away here super early and just push it through.
And Brad, one of my favorite things about this cadet class is watching how these shorter wheelbase and narrower carts dance around through turn 11, over the cliffhanger, through turn 13. They just bounce around because they're so small. They're so agile to watch.
That they are. Of course, remember 206 Cadet, our lightest category here of the weekend as they run. This 206 Cadet category is only 255 pounds. Now, the minis are 245, the cadets are 255, but the cadets here with the 206 package are a lot more momentum heavy and carry a lot more momentum through. So that's going to be one of the things to watch with them as they work their way along on the late end of this race, is just how they work this through the whole time. Again, you've got plenty of drivers that have tons of pace, tons of challenge here, and you see that starting to really show itself here as McNeely and Maxwell are not that far away. Diesel Maxwell 2/10 faster than Jackson McNeely last time through, closing that gap to the lead.
And as we watch Diesel Maxwell try to catch up to Jackson McNeely, watch them go through the cliffhanger. I've noticed when 2 carts follow through here, that cart that's running second in line usually struggles to follow, as they might have a little bit of overspeed on them, and they do struggle to keep it on the track, and they get a little wild there sometimes. So that's a place to watch out for when they're running nose to tail like that.
Here we go into turn 1, still seeing the challenge through. Tons of history for these 2 drivers, by the way. Lots of overlap and experience on racing here for Maxwell and McNeely. Looking at some history with McNeely, of course, you've got tons of experience at Newcastle, tons of experience here at Whiteland. Of course, Apex Midwest Round 2 and the Apex Karting Championship has been run a bunch. So you've got plenty of times through. Of course, Daytona Sprint Week running in the Cadets, running IKC last year for Jackson McNeely. And so you take a look at who's there and just that knowledge that Jackson McNeely carries from what is showing as the 5th season of racing here for a driver who's finished top 20 in CKNA, Grand Nationals at Newcastle and Cadets. I mean, this is a driver who really has pace, and Diesel Maxwell challenging right now. Very, very strong showing here as the gap is down to about 0.2 of a second, as Diesel Maxwell was a 1/10.5 quicker last time across the line.
And it appears that Diesel Maxwell has picked up the pace since the 206 Cadet heat race earlier today, as he's now running faster lap times than Jackson McNeely. He's running the fastest lap time of a 48.186 over Jackson's 48.270. So there's definitely something that's changed there from Maxwell since the start of the day.
Diesel Maxwell doing everything right, I would say, to be in a position to form a challenge here to the end. And again, we talked about the experience there from Jackson McNeely. Diesel Maxwell here with AMAX Racing, a very, very talented driver as well. 6 wins, 29 podiums in 93 races with 2 poles and 4 seasons of experience. So plenty of knowledge there for Diesel Maxwell to lean on right now, and that knowledge is going to be telling Diesel Maxwell, just play it smooth, play it smart, and let's get to the end of this race. We're over halfway through, and now the tides have turned slightly. Jackson McNeely 48.073 to a 48.140, so only about 3/4 of a tenth faster, but still faster nonetheless for Jackson McNeely that time.
And we see Maxwell gets just a little bit closer through turn 4 and onto the back straightaway. Maybe he can use that draft a little bit going through the bus stop to get right on his bumper going through Daytona and into turn 11.
Coming out of the cliffhanger down through 13 and 14. This is where it does look like that Lando Norris car of Diesel Maxwell is a bit faster in this third technical tricky bit of the circuit, and that is where we're really seeing that gap close in. That time the times flipped and it was faster still for Diesel Maxwell, 3 milliseconds off of Jackson McNeely's fastest time and 0.2 up on Jackson McNeely. Now the charge is there, now the accordion is singing. This is what I like to see here, right to the back. Maxwell putting some pressure on McNeely now. This is where McNeely's going to know that Diesel Maxwell is there. And for Diesel Maxwell, this is where you got to go for a pass where you can. First place of opportunity, I would argue, could be turn 11. We haven't seen anyone try it all day, but you know what? There's a time and a place, and I would say it's under the lights at 10:53 at night would be the best time to go for a pass to turn 11.
And we still have to look back at 3rd and 4th. Miles Hale and Kyler Hendrickson are still running 3rd and 4th, and they are within tenths of each other. They're still racing hard for that final podium position.
And that final podium position is still all to play for right now as well here for Kyler Hendrickson. So I definitely think between Hale and Hendrickson, they are both looking very, very quick. And it's a matter of just who can get that. But the fact that McNeely and Maxwell have built such a gap to 3rd place is absolutely insane to me. I cannot believe they have managed to pull this off and still be in a position to go for a battle for the win. 3 minutes plus 2 laps left to go here in 206 Cadet, your penultimate final of the night here. KA Jr. will be next.
Time is running out here for Diesel Maxwell. Can Maxwell make any sort of move on McNeely before the end of this race? The laps are ticking away. It's one of the worst things as the 2nd place driver when the time starts to tick because it goes fast. You need to make your position known faster than you can before that time really runs out. And there is lap traffic as we go through the cliffhanger. McNeely tries to make his way through with no issue, and Diesel Maxwell will follow him through. That makes it even closer as they come through the last 2 corners here before we get onto the front straightaway.
And that was Blake McKinster down in 6th place, going a lap down here for 206 Cadets. 2 minutes plus 2 laps left to go here. And taking a look at the weather, by the way, which we've kept an eye on. Of course, not a single thing in the world to do in terms of rain, precipitation. It is a beautiful night here in Whiteland, Indiana, but there definitely is a look at some just good... I mean, it's comfortable. It's 70 degrees. Honestly, this is comfortable here in Whiteland. This is what I keep my house set to, is 70 degrees. So I got to say, probably the best we could have here in terms of things. Now, the humidity is another conversation. And 90% humidity right now, that is a whole nother conversation to be had here on track. But 72-degree air temp, pretty sweet. 70-degree air temp, pretty doggone sweet, if I must say. Less than 90 seconds left to go. McNeely to Maxwell here, and now more lap traffic coming up. Does this give Maxwell an opportunity to go past here? They'll have to get past Luke Sutherland, who is currently running here in P5. Let's see how they handle it through Daytona.
And that's a pass we see from Jackson McNeely on the lap traffic through turn 11 and through the cliffhanger. The gap has opened up between McNeely and Maxwell. I couldn't believe that I was going to see a pass in turn 11 in such a tight hairpin of a corner, but McNeely was able to make it through that lap traffic. Now the gap is upwards of 0.4 of a second. He's starting to maybe run away with this race.
Wouldn't count out Diesel Maxwell yet, though. Looking through this top 2, still finding plenty of momentum here as Diesel Maxwell's right back to the back of Jackson McNeely. This is where that racecraft really comes in here. You lose a bit of time to get a clean pass out of cliffhanger, and now right back on the hairpin out of Daytona. You're right there again, Diesel Maxwell. You got to keep it clean, but you are right there where you need to be. Here we go, heading into 15 and 16, and now this is where Diesel Maxwell needs to decide what to do. Popsicle sticks are out, 2 laps to go. You gotta send it soon if you're gonna go for it.
And once again, the time is ticking away here for Diesel Maxwell. He needs to make a move stick fast, and we see he sets it up for turn 4. Can he get a run going through the back straightaway, going into the bus stop? We can only hope to see that he can maybe make a move on Jackson McNeely, who's been dominant all night.
And here we go. This is the penultimate time through 11, through the cliffhanger, now through 13, 14, 15, and 16. This is the last time that they will go and do one more full lap. Here we go, coming out of 16 to the white flag. 1 lap to go, heading down towards turn 1. Diesel Maxwell not close enough for a lunge into turn 1, but is putting the pressure in. Jackson McNeely, a little glimpse over the shoulder, trying to see where Maxwell's at out of 2. This is gonna be a close one to the end.
And we see that gap is starting to fall a little bit on the back straightaway, maybe less than a kart length. A little more than a kart length as they go through Daytona. Can he make anything go into turn 11? He's just a little too far away. We go through cliffhanger and then through turn 13, 14.
Coming through the final couple of corners, it's been McNeely versus Maxwell, the full race distance here. And for McNeely, it's been a case of just holding on here. Coming to the double checkers, it is still McNeely over Diesel Maxwell by a 1/10.5 here. 1 more lap, and I think Maxwell could have had a big run at it, but unfortunately, 1 lap too short. Jackson McNeely will pick up the win over Diesel Maxwell. In 3rd place will be Miles Hale, Kyler Hendrickson in 4th, Luke Sutherland, and Blake McKinster. Your 6 karts here for your 206 Cadet Final. 1 more final left to go here. K.A. Jr., your final of your Saturday night, round number 6 here of the Indy Karting Challenge at the K1 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana, coming up momentarily. And for your final of round 6 of the Indy Karting Challenge, live here on Kart Chaser in Whiteland, Indiana at the K1 Karting Circuit, it is time for KA Junior to get running here. And let's talk about KA Junior as they go here and they get through their formation lap. For KA Junior, up in the front, it is going to be Jordan Lapine with Andrew Avalos, Gigi Sivakumar in third, Bentley McCann and Nolan Wade in fifth. It was a gap of half a second that separated Jordan Lapine over Andrew Avalos, but the best lap time went to Gigi Sivakumar on lap 8 of 11. So that was coming to the 2 to go signal where we saw the best lap here. I got to ask Tyler, call it. Who's winning?
I am putting my bet on Gigi Sivakumar. As we noticed in the 206 junior race, we said Gigi does not wait around when they're in third or second place. Gigi's starting in the third place. Watch Gigi move throughout this feature race. I think they're going to take the win here.
Well, only one way to find out, and that's 12 minutes plus 2 laps later. So buckle it in here, be ready to go, because here we go as green flag is out and we're racing.
And Gigi starts to make a move around Andrew Avalos for the second place, starts to file in behind Jordan Lapine. Andrew Avalos sticking real tight to Gigi's bumper there. Can we see maybe Jordan and Gigi work together and try to pull away from Avalos, or is it going to be a three-way fight for the entire feature here?
Well, it certainly seems like it's going to get a bit crazy here through the go so far for the top 3. Avalos there in the Tony Kart, trying to make a move to the inside on the Haas. Gets the move done on Sivakumar to get back up into second here. Coming across the line, Jordan Lapine will be in the lead with Avalos in second, Sivakumar in third, Nolan Wade and Bentley McCann fourth and fifth, respectively. Top 4 here, all nose to tail for the moment. Already 60 seconds in, and already we've had battles back and forth. But for Jordan Lapine, it is a case of try to hold on to the lead while you can. You've got a hungry Avalos back behind in a Tony Kart that's looking to get a win against a new Gen Haas.
And I want to say, Brad, look at Nolan Wade. This is the closest we've seen him from the front pack all night. He's made great work in the time between the heat race and the feature, so he's going to be one to watch throughout the rest of this race.
100% would agree with that here. Fastest kart of anyone, by the way, Gigi Sivakumar in third. So top 3, tons of pace here, tons of battling to happen. And this is going to be the case where Gigi Sivakumar looking for a move on Avalos, can't set it up, thought a switch and then thought better of it. And now is going to stick to the top 3 here at the moment as they move along and they fight their way forward. Nose to tail, 10 minutes left to go, already 2 minutes in, and I can already tell that they have decided best for last.
And we see there is a gap starting to form between Jordan Lapine and Andrew Avalos, but as I say that quickly is shortened down to less than 0.3 of a second. So hopefully this gap does not grow and we get to see some of the best racing all night as Andrew Avalos runs a little bit wide and Gigi Sivakumar runs around the outside as we head to turn 4 and the back straight.
Now heading down that back straight here, and for Gigi, this is just exactly what needed to happen. Get up here, get back behind Jordan Lapine, 2 Haas karts working together here. They can try to either pull a gap on Andrew Avalos or they can fight. Well, either way, it's going to be a good showing, you have to say, for the Haas karts as they head down into turn number 1 here. And fastest kart of anyone, don't look now, it's not the top 3. It's Nolan Wade in P4, who is the fastest out of anyone and really setting up for what could be a potential barn burner here, closing that gap very quickly to the top 3.
And we do see that gap from Jordan Lapine start to grow just a little bit more, but Andrew Avalos is starting to pull away from Gigi now. Something different that I wasn't seeing happening, but these front 2 might get together and work away from Gigi and Nolan Wade. for the rest of this feature.
Absolutely a possibility here for them as they go and as they work their way along later into this race. Now, this is where things are going to get interesting for our drivers here late into the run. 8 minutes to go, so we're not even half race distance. But here's the thing to think about. At some point, this thing has to absolutely go sideways, you would think. And when it does go absolutely sideways here for our front-running karts, how does that affect itself? As right now we still see Avalos right onto the back here of Jordan Lapine, looking to have a great run, great battle, great fight along. But at some point, you got to wonder, how does that play itself out for these drivers up into the later stages of this race? Hold nose to tail for now. That's all fine and dandy. If Avalos gets close enough, does Avalos decide to hold nose to tail here? Or, Tyler, do you think for Andrew Avalos it would be better to go ahead and just get the pass done on Jordan Lapine?
I think if you're in Avalos's position, seeing how fast Jordan Lapine has been all night, maybe you want to go for that move earlier and try to slow them up just a little bit more so they fight with Jiju Sivakumar, and Nolan Wade is coming up just a little bit too. Try to get it to be a 4-kart battle and run away.
I definitely agree with that, but of course it's one thing for us in the booth to say it, it's another to see the drivers on track do that here as we're approaching half race distance. 6 minutes up, 6 minutes down with 2 laps after is the name of the game here for your final on what's been an absolutely beautiful Indy Karting Challenge round number 6 here in Whiteland, Indiana on the end of July. I can't believe we're to the end of July. That's whole nother topic of conversation. Of course, after this run, you've still got 6 more rounds of the Indy Karting Challenge to go, which is absolutely wild to say out loud. The next round, of course, is on the 15th of August, and then the 29th of August, and then we go to the 19th of September, the 26th of September, the 17th of October, and the 31st of October. So the next time you come to the Indy Karting Challenge, school will be in session. Most public schools, I believe, will be back in session by August 15th. Now that is a weird one to say out loud. And we'll see how that affects things for some of these drivers long later into the season, as 5.5 minutes left to go, and Lapine and Avalos still holding first and second.
And honestly, Brad, I think school is the last thing on these drivers' minds, because you have to remember, this is the junior class, ages 12 to 15. They're all still kids. They're all still in school. This is the last thing that's on their mind. What is on their mind is pulling away, and for Avalos is catching up to Jordan Lapine and trying to make a move by the end of the race.
And right now, I think Avalos is in the position to do so, honestly. And look at Sivakumar closing back in as well here, as Lapine and Avalos are only separated by about a 10th right now. Maybe a little bit less here, as we see almost some contact between the top two, as Avalos wanted to go for the move on Jordan Lapine, wasn't able to make it happen there, but now is all over the back bumper of that Haas kart heading down out of turn 4. But watch out for Jiju Sivakumar, who is right there, and I would say don't count out Jiju.
And now they're nose to tail, 3 back. This is starting to open up. I thought this was going to be a Jordan runaway once more. And Avalos goes up the inside, second to last corner before the straightaway. Avalos leads this lap. There's 4 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps. And Jordan Lapine is looking to the inside, maybe a dive, maybe. Now they're too wide. Jordan's going to set up a move for the back straight here. Watch for it. But Jiju is back there just waiting patiently. And Jordan Lapine goes for the dive. Oh, and Avalos gets pushed off and goes wide.
not how I expected that one to go. Avalos, Lapine, Siva Kumar now, all crazy in the moments, but look who found the front when it was all said and done. Jiju Siva Kumar up to the point, now has to defend that for 3.5 minutes. And I tell you what, I do not envy Jiju's position here to have to defend that. And also, I would fully expect Andrew Avalos to close that gap back up here in the next couple of laps as we go. But of course, remember, if Lapine starts attacking Siva Kumar, that gives Avalos that much more of a chance to close things up here. So now it's a case here for the next 3 minutes plus 2 laps for Siva Kumar. Don't look behind, don't look up, head down, and just absolutely floor it.
And for Jiju, this is going to be the longest last 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps of their life. Trying to pull away, that gap is half a second, but it's still going to be the longest 2.5 minutes and longest last 2 laps of this race.
I do not envy it in any form. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps end the weekend here in Whiteland, Indiana. This is going to be the wildest 2.5 minutes here in KA Junior. Right now it's Siva Kumar leading Lapine, leading Avalos with Wade and McCain, your 5 KA Junior to run things out. It's been such a great night of racing, and under the lights here, it all has to end somewhere, and right now it has to end in about 4 minutes time.
And watch that final podium position, Brad, as Nolan Wade was starting to catch Avalos. I don't know if that's going to be a big fight there, but Nolan Wade was looking quick at the start and middle parts of this race, staying with this lead pack. Watch that podium position right there.
Last time across the line, Avalos was faster than the leader by 0.4 of a second, by the way. So there is still some pace between Avalos and Siva Kumar to be sorted out. And for Nolan Wade is trying to just follow through with Avalos as well. Would love to close in. Avalos is not that far off of Jordan Lapine here. So, and again, runs another 0.3 faster than Jordan Lapine, another 0.4 faster than Jiju Siva Kumar. So that Tony Kart of Andrew Avalos here at the last stages of this race is finding momentum, is finding a run, and is in the mix. And since we're probably going to be this next lap plus 2 more, call it 3 to go when they cross the line, I have a strong feeling Andrew Avalos doesn't want it to be spoken for yet on who's the winner. Little wiggle from Jordan Lapine out of Cliffhanger. That's going to help Avalos close the gap a bit more. He's there.
And as we come to the last couple of laps here, we see Siva Kumar start to pull away down the front straightaway from Jordan Lapine, and Avalos is right there, looking for a move on Lapine as we go through turn 3, turn 4. Down the back straightaway, he wants to get that draft through the bus stop and through Daytona, right on the bumper for the Cliffhanger.
Andrew Avalos was a half second faster than Jiju Siva Kumar and Jordan Lapine last time across. Those top 2 running identical times. A little bit of a wiggle there for Jordan Lapine. He's losing the momentum here into the last stages, into the Cliffhanger, and there we go. Dive to the inside from Avalos. Beautiful move up into second place, I have to say. And now this is where the challenge comes in. Head after Siva Kumar to the end here. 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks in the air. Siva Kumar, Avalos. Your pick was Siva Kumar. I think right now my pick is Andrew Avalos.
Avalos is showing the pure speed that Siva Kumar just is lacking right now. Almost half a second faster in these last couple laps. Avalos is coming, and he's going to pass Jiju Siva Kumar.
Here we go. This is coming up through 14-15. Big dive to the inside. Let's not even get to the white flag. Beautiful move from Andrew Avalos coming to the white flag. Gets in the lead. 1 lap to go. Needs to defend from Siva Kumar. Looks over the shoulder. positions it beautifully. Avalos says, I don't need to wait till the final lap. I'll take the lead now. Yeah, I was in first, I was in second, I got knocked down to third, and I'm back up to the front. You said that 2 seconds wasn't doable. I did it. Andrew Avalos to the front, into the bus stop. Beautiful job.
And Andrew Avalos has gone from 2 seconds back from the lead in third to leading this race on the last lap when it mattered. Hopefully he can hold it down and defend hard in the last 2 laps of the race here from Jiju Sivakumar.
And coming through here, heading to the double checkers. It's checkers with a black flag, so that race will be under review, but tentatively, we will call it Andrew Avalos at the win here with Jiju Sivakumar in second, Jordan Lapine in third, Nolan Wade, and Bentley McCann, your 5 KA juniors who took on this run. And I mean, for Andrew Avalos, I hope whatever it is they're reviewing, I hope that win sticks, because that was a doggone good pass. Well, Tyler, talk about a Saturday night of racing, man. It's been a wild one all the way through. We've had action, we've had chaos, we've had fun, and in the end, it's a pass into the final lap that settles out our final of the day. Any final thoughts, Tyler?
I think that last lap there was the perfect explanation for how this whole race day has gone. Extreme chaos, extreme competition, tense the whole way through the night, and nothing but good, clean racing. That is what we love here from Whiteland Racing and the Indy Karting Challenge for round 6.
Halfway through the season, we can officially say 6 rounds up, 6 rounds down. So make sure that you stick around with us here for the rest of this go. Of course, on behalf of everyone here at Kart Chaser, my name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish. Be sure to join us for the next one. We'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.